Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day. I'm not sure if there's still people outside. I'm going to pick two people to share, or maybe there's volunteers that want to share their artwork and what it represents. I'm going to start with the group in the back of Pascal and Fergus. Who wants to share their artwork? Fergus. With the microphone.
Yeah, it's co-created by 4 people or whatever it is, and it's called Duck Soup or Making Duck Soup.
Making duck soup. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Goose soup, if you like.
Goose soup. Okay. Thanks, Fergus. An applause for Fergus. Yes. Someone else from that same group. Someone else from that group. Sandhya.
Do you have to show?
Yeah, show it to everyone and show it to the camera. Be proud.
So there's this. It looked like aliens to me, so I called it the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone. Okay, good. Good. Nice. Thank you. Who's a volunteer? A volunteer.
Okay.
Just show it.
This
Yes. Be proud of it.
Yeah,
Own it.
I've called it Plenty of Fish in the Sea.
Plenty of fish. Hold it up. Hold it up. Plenty of fish in the sea. Okay, good. Good. Yes. Thank you. Someone else? One more volunteer.
I got a very beautiful painting, and I named it a Beautiful Day.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah,
Hey,
because
nice.
working
Yes.
in a nice landscape.
Yes, an applause.
The crops.
Well, an applause for both groups. Thank you. Great. Okay, then we go to this side. I know everybody wants to share, but we won't allow. Okay, 2 volunteers in this group.
Who wants to present?
The best artwork or the funniest artwork. Here. Okay, yeah.
I call it civilization.
What is it?
Civilization.
Oh, civilization. Sorry, civilization.
You know, we have the philosophy where the road rich can access and have the light, meaning the civilization is coming. So that.
Okay, nice. Yeah, an applause. Nice. Okay, yes. She was just voluntold. Just pushed under the bus. Bang. Okay.
So this is the picture that I got, and then
one moment, guys. One moment. Sorry.
So I put a title for it. It's just like smiling for us fishing, because I see the fish, and then it's just like the emoji that is smiling.
Oh, so smiling for the fish?
Fishing.
Yeah. Fishing. Okay, so we have 2 fish artworks at least. That's interesting. Okay. That's a bit fishy. That smells fishy. Okay, thank you so much. An applause, but don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Because how does this exercise relate to the work you've done? The topic you've discussed yesterday. And I'm going to actually leave that also to Bernard, because he's going to share. Yes, he's going to share some of the insights of yesterday. So maybe you can use this exercise of co-creation for that. No, I'm just kidding. But
co-creation has its issues. We can see if we want really to produce art, we should not do it that way. What we decided to do is to try to give a very brief highlights of things that came out of the group work yesterday. So what I did before falling asleep was go through the different boards and pick up on some of the issues that I thought reflect what we did. It's not a synthesis, it's just highlights to help us get started in the day. Do you remember what we discussed yesterday in the breakout group? Anybody? In general, what is the main topic? Hey, you were paying attention, huh? So, and you remember there were 3 things we did, well, almost 4. What worked well, challenges, recommendation, and concrete actions. After going through the recommendation and concrete action, I saw none of them was very concrete, so I put them together. So I called them recommendation for the way forward. What worked well? In one group, what was interesting in the co-creation, they say it's farmer to farmer that works best. So it's not necessarily co-creation with all kinds of strange aliens. It can be co-creation within a given group. Start from farmers' needs and motivation. Organize knowledge sharing events. Could be exchanges, it could be visits, whatever. That's a very good way. Ensuring there are visible benefits, especially to the farmers. So if you don't have visible benefits, if you just do co-creation for the sake of it, it might be connect different actors, hold inclusive policy dialogue. So you see, I picked from the different stakeholder groups, so you can find things that were from the policy, from the farmers, from the researchers. Challenges, there were many. One big one, having researchers accept to learn from farmers, which also comes from having researchers recognize there are valuable knowledge and valuable people in front of them. You are entitled to your opinion. Facilitation, conflict mediation, managing expectation, all that comes with facilitation. And when you say challenges, it doesn't mean it cannot be done. It just means that it's not that easy. Involve farmers in decision making. My colleagues from research, they don't like that at all. Involve private sector. Secure funding. Effective landscape approaches. Effective, accessible methods for co-creation. So this is some of the challenges that were put on the table. Now, recommendation and concrete actions. Very simple things. Translate the ASEAN guidelines in the local languages. That seems concrete and feasible. I wrote it down, but I don't remember what it means. PPPPP. So I kind of remember there was the 5P, but I don't remember the meaning. So if somebody wants to say, prepare the International Year for Women Farmers and Ranchland and Pastoralism. And for this, farmers' organization can see what they have been doing on these topics, put it together and present it. So that's relatively concrete. Something that I think nobody mentioned, but is very important. Remember, co-creation is not the only approach or way of working. Like yesterday, we were a bit like obsessed with co-creation, but as we saw this morning, it doesn't work. Consider intra-stakeholder group diversity and asymmetries. What do we mean by researchers? What do we mean by farmers? These are these groups. What do we mean by any group? Policymakers. So we should maybe go beyond these simple labels. Ensure better linkages with NARS, strengthen CSO NGO networks, strengthens farmer representation. I say these are recommendations. They are not concrete because once you have said this, the how-to is could be many different things. Ensure cross-learning among initiatives and projects. Something that is important and not many of us are good at it. Ensuring flexibility, adaptive management of projects. Develop localized agroecology guidelines, which could be something simple. Produce co-design guidelines. I have a good news is I'm working on something like this. Systematic use of participatory action research in knowledge creation. And then something about project design, which is co-develop proposals, bottom-up development of proposals. And the last part is long-term commitments with farmers' organization, but also long-term projects. So just a few highlights, not at all, as I say, a synthesis, but just to help us. Sorry, I was looking at them all the time. Sorry about that. I didn't forget you. I love you as well. So thank you very much. That was just, as I say, bits and pieces of what we did yesterday. Everything is on the board and it will be synthesized, I think, after the workshop so that everybody will have access to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bernard. So yes, I heard some people say, can we sit down? Yes, now you may. Thank you. Can we pull up the presentation, please? And actually to comment on one of Bernard's insights or comments maybe about that we just saw that co-creation sometimes doesn't work. I'm not sure if I totally agree, because maybe it was just the example of how challenging facilitating co-creation was, right? At one of the key insights. Just a little joke. Okay, so yesterday when you left this room, we asked you to kindly leave some pluses and deltas, things that you liked, that you want to continue happening throughout these days, and some things that you not liked, or you wanted to maybe see different, or some requests. There were quite some requests on there, and Fabio is also going to comment on those. So just in summary, what we've heard from you yesterday, and we invite you to do the same at the end of the day, because it's really helpful to make sure that we have a meaningful space for everyone, is people are happy with the facilitation, but you also made that very easy for us. So thank you for that. Multi-stakeholders presence, appreciated the farmer organizations, engaging discussions, and good dynamics, right? Just in summary, there were many, but this is basically how we grouped them together. Then there were some requests, more than maybe deltas, files of presentations, the list of participants, a little bit more discussions around or about frameworks, wasn't really sure, and more water in the room, which is interesting because today I don't see water in the room, but oh yeah, in the back, sorry, I should have known. Yes, there is water in the room, just stand up and get it there. With that said, just so Fabio is going to comment on a few of these topics for a moment. So here you go.
Okay, so first thing is participants' contacts. So as Tarek said, a lot of you have requested the contacts, and due to GDPR regulations, we cannot disclose personal information. There's going to be a list of participants clearly, but not their contacts. So can you remain in contact with the people today? Well, certainly you can network and you can get the contacts yourselves, but there's a very effective way, which is you can join our online community. And if you look at the folders that you have, if you open them, there are two QR codes, sorry. One is for the website and one is for the online community. And if you go on the online community and you create a user account, then you select the Agroecology community of practice, and you will be in contact with our community of practice, and you will become a member of our community of practice. And that's also one enabling environment for co-creation. So keep that in mind, join. You're part of the TPP, you should be there. Now, PowerPoints, yes, we will make PowerPoints available, of course, in PDF, because we don't want anybody to take a PowerPoint from somebody, change it, circulate it around, and then that person is saying things that they had never written. So, and we will inform you when the PowerPoints are all available. If you become a member of the community of practice, you will find them there, of course. If you still don't want to be part of our community of practice, I wouldn't understand why, but you can sign up to our newsletter. So that's a bit less co-creative. You just get information. You can't really interact with the newsletter. Sometimes we do some surveys, but okay, that's another way. So take that in mind. We don't send a lot of newsletters. We don't spam you, but usually it's very interesting content. We announce webinars, workshops, and other things. If you are an author of a PowerPoint that you shared yesterday, or you're going to share today or on Thursday, and you don't want some of your slides to be shared, you let us know as soon as possible. Okay, thanks. And finally, as you've heard from the Zoom very robotic voice, this recording has stopped, or this meeting is being recorded. We are recording everything. Now, not every single bit of the recording will be on YouTube, but selected parts probably. And we also have photographers. We're doing some selected videos. And so in that sense, again, if you have any problems with your images of you being put on the web, let us know as soon as possible. If we don't hear back from you, chances are you're going to get something like that. That photo was taken last year in Nairobi when we had the 2024 Annual Members Forum. You can see Francisco is there and other people. And that's what's going to happen to you as well if you don't tell us to stop us. We do that because we believe in sharing information as widely as possible to document what we're doing. We're really proud of what we're doing. So if you're not actively opting out on images or PowerPoints or pieces of PowerPoints, we will assume it's safe for us to share with everybody. Okay, That's all I have to say. Thanks so much. And back to you, Chirk.
Thank you so much, Fabio. Any questions for Fabio on this topic before he goes back to his seat? Is that all clear? Any? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Thank you, Fabio. An applause for Fabio, please. Thank you. Thank you. So also, I'm not sure, but with all the things going on of getting you up into 3 groups, not sure if we welcomed the virtual participants, right? They're in the void, so maybe we should just wave at them. Help me with waving at. I'm not sure in which camera they are. So welcome. Thanks for being with us today as well. Just quickly before we move into the presentations, yesterday co-creation day 2 is, you know, it's all interlinked, of course, but if we have to give it a name, it's about the TPP projects and outputs, as well as synthesis of evidence within and across domains. So today, talking about the portfolio of the TPP portfolio within the 8 domains, but also what is happening across the 8 domains of the TPP, of which you all are part of. Talking a little bit about the progress, talking about, again, some recommendations of how things could possibly be even better, or what should we continue doing. So it's really like a reflection on the TPP and its portfolio and domains itself today. And then, well, I can repeat, tomorrow is the field trip, and then day 4, policies and finances for mainstreaming agroecology, and then day 5, the asset multi-stakeholder policy workshop, as we already had mentioned. So today, the portfolio, the TPP portfolio. This is the agenda for today. So we're now at the daily opening. Then we have 4 presentations and a Q&A on some of what is happening, so the TPP progress. Then after the health break, we move into not the same, but again, group work, so participatory exercises at tables. We're going to work in smaller groups. Probably is going to be 8 groups working on 4 different topics, and we'll explain later how. And I do have a question for you. We already have a few volunteers of people that volunteered to be table facilitators yesterday. Could you stand up if you were a table facilitator yesterday, just for a moment, please? Yes, just stand up. Please stand up. So here we have Pascal. There were more table facilitators. Oh, there in the back as well, and Sandhya, yeah, but oh yes, here's Iris. I was looking at Iris. Okay, an applause for them. Applause for them. Yes, great. Thank you so much. So if you want to have an applause tomorrow, please volunteer now with me and say like, oh, I could be a table facilitator. I already have Simone. Where's Simone? Simone is one volunteer. Who else follows Simone? Give Simone a... Okay, Bernard can be another table. We need 8. David, Lisa. We already have 4. Come on, come on. There's not too much. I mean, it's an important role, but like we won't give you extra work. Don't worry. In the back, sorry, your name? Receipt. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Taking the applause. Yes, 3 more. We need 3 more. 3 more. Come. 3 more. Matthias, thank you. 2 more. Pancho. Okay, here. So your name was Alexia. Alexia, 1 more. Who's that? Last best. Last best. Last best. Come on. Well, think about it. We have 7. Look for me just at the beginning of the health break. And if we don't have an 8th person, I'm just going to volunteer someone. And you go, oh, there we have it. What's your name? Okay. Thank you so much. So look for me at the beginning of the health break. So after lunch, we continue with JonJon. We have some more. Then we have Fergus on climate resilience, which is also participatory session. And then after the health break, we have Tan and Bernard briefing on the field trip for tomorrow. Then there will be an open space part and the closing, which we actually probably gonna switch. I see that's, we haven't changed that on the agenda, but we'll do that in a bit. We already did this, no worries. So here we are, showcasing and reflecting on the TPP progress. So we have 4 presentations, as I mentioned, and the first presentation is Sandhya. An applause for Sandhya, please, please. Thank you. So if you could pull up Sandhya's presentation, please.
Yeah, this is okay.
Okay, yes.
Great. Okay, good morning, everyone. So as Chair already said, we have a few presentations this morning. So I'm just going to set the scene and give an overview of what are the current domains of work within the TPP and give you a bit of a taste of what are the kinds of projects and activities currently underway or recently completed since the start of the TPP. Oh, which... oh, sorry, the big green button, sorry. So there were 2 green. So just to give you an overview, there are 8 priority domains within the TPP, and they're listed here. And we've tried to kind of map the projects that are currently a part of the TPP, either aligned or integrated, under these various domains. So just quickly, these 8 domains focus on soil health, nutrition, pest and disease, fixing policies and institutions, looking at viability of agroecology adoption, looking at metrics for assessing agri-food systems and agroecology, looking at water and land management, and also looking at diversity and resilience. And just to be clear, while we've done our best to map as many of these projects, this is not necessarily exhaustive. This is an ongoing sort of updating process. So bear with us if in case you don't see a project up here. But this is basically the overview of that. And in between, we have some cross-cutting projects. And I'll speak more specifically about that. But these are projects that cover several domains. They're not necessarily limited to a single domain. And I'll go into more detail about that in a moment. So where do we work? And when I say we, I do mean all of you in the room and those who are not here as well. In terms of the projects, where are most of the activities happening? So we see that, for example, in South and Central America, we have sort of Brazil, Peru as a focus. But again, the darker the shade of the country or region, the more presence of projects and activities. The gray means that we don't currently have any ongoing activities in these areas. In Africa, we see that there's a strong focus in Eastern Africa. We have a lot of activity, as well as in pockets of Western Africa. But for the most part, in Northern and Southern Africa, there are some gaps in terms of having representation of projects. In South and Southeast Asia, we see that India, Sri Lanka, we do have some presence, as well as in Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam. But again, many other countries, we don't have currently as many projects represented in the current portfolio. So this is just to show you some of the geographical, maybe sort of issues that we need to consider, and we would welcome if you know of projects or you're part of projects that would like to join the TPP, this would be a great opportunity during the members forum to step up, and we'd be happy to work with you on that. Now, here's what are we actually all working on? And this is just an overview both across all the domains to show you sort of roughly what is the prevalence of projects across the 8 domains, but also in terms of the cross-cutting theme. So we've seen actually in recent years that we have actually a lot of projects that are more and more cross-cutting, so they span more than just a single domain. We also see a great number of projects that are very much focused on policy, and that was something that was explicitly mentioned by a participant yesterday, that they want to see more evidence on policy. So this is a great sort of opportunity to share and sort of create synergies with ongoing projects that are focused on that. We have also a lot of work in the viability, and you see actually soil health has the most projects. Just to distinguish, the dark blue refers to projects where this domain is the focus, and the green refers to where there's some contribution, but perhaps to a lesser extent. So we see that, for example, soil health, while few projects are exclusively focused on it, many more projects have some component which tries to assess or look at soil health parameters and interventions. So I'm just going to quickly go through each of these domains, key areas, just to, again, give you a sense of what is the work and what are some of the outputs and outcomes. Some of this was touched on by Bernard yesterday, so I'll try not to repeat that. But starting with the cross-cutting project. So as I mentioned already, we are seeing that we have a lot more projects that are actually cutting across these domains. So for example, we'll be hearing a bit from Simone and Lisa in a bit about the Agroecology initiative that recently concluded, and also what's coming up in the Multifunctional Landscapes Science Program of the CG. We also have the A4P project that is run here in Vietnam, and we'll be visiting some of those sites tomorrow. So these are just examples of projects that really are running the gamut of starting from literally farm to going all the way to fork to assess the full sort of holistic nature of agri-food systems in the respective project sites. But beyond just the domains, we're seeing that there is also a great interest in looking at how we approach sort of training, education, co-creation. So some of these projects are really focused on how do we kind of scale transdisciplinarity at a systems level. So projects like the regional multi-actor research networks that will be starting in Africa, we see that there's a strong emphasis on how do we actually scale training, education, resources to actually at the systems, at the education level, so that current and future practitioners, researchers are really have an opportunity to imbibe these principles of co-creation and transdisciplinary science to really be able to scale this kind of research and work. So here we have, again, a bit of an overview of the policies domain. And yesterday, I think Bernard mentioned, and also Fergus mentioned, some tools that are being developed. So of course, we have active engagement. And later this week, we're going to be getting an in-depth dive into the work of ACID in the ASEAN region on all the policy work that has been ongoing here. So we do have a lot of presence in a lot of events and a lot of platforms and a lot of forums. In addition to this kind of policy engagement, three broad areas where projects within the TPP that are focusing on policy work are, of course, looking at actual policy analysis and using the evidence generated from that to be able to inform engagements and different stakeholders within their respective projects or within their respective national or regional settings. A second focus of the policy work is actually looking at developing tools that can tangibly help those who want to make decisions, who want to make assessments about policy environment, about investments, things like that. And here, again, Fergus mentioned the CFS tracking tool that has been in the process of being developed that looks at compliance with CFS policy recommendations. We have the Transformative Land Investment Project, which has something called the risk-reward model that can allow administrators to actually be able to quickly assess, based on a few parameters, whether a prospective investment poses how many risks and how many rewards. So that's another tool that is being developed. We also have from the Foresight project extensive guidance and technical documents that have been published on actually modeling for actual different scenarios through on agroecology adoption. So we have these kinds of tools within the project portfolio that many of you could use or refer to for your own actual activities or projects. And finally, within the policy domain, we see that there is a huge premium on looking at developing strong multi-stakeholder platforms and actively engaging and creating those spaces for co-creation to have sustainable impacts on policy environments and reforms. Soil health is another domain where we actually see a lot of overlap with the policy domain. So a lot of the work in policy often crosses over into, for example, we recently, in last year, there was an active presence of various TPP partners, members, Secretariat colleagues at the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit. But this is just one example. There are many such platforms and events and avenues where we've had a presence. From a research perspective, we see that, for example, here I've listed, there's an active focus in trying to find alternatives for chemical and synthetic inputs. So, for example, we have, for example, the Vegetable Integrated Push-Pull Technologies project led by CIPE, which is looking at how do you scale push-pull technologies, which have been around for decades, but have not necessarily reached the scale that they had envisioned. We also have another project underway that is looking to map and support the production of bio-inputs, looking at what are the challenges, bottlenecks for these markets to be able to make actually agroecological transition viable at the production level. And finally, for soil health, we have a lot of work that happens in the metrics domain. And again, Matthias will be sharing a bit about that in his presentation. But the point is, ultimately, for this assessment, how are we measuring is a key aspect. And that is also part, looking at soil health parameters is something that is actively being done in various projects. So again, for pest and disease, there's again some overlap with the soil health and also the policy aspects. But here I've just mentioned some examples from what's the kind of work that's happening. And we have, for example, a focus on projects that are conducting lots of trials, developing case studies, and producing technical guidance. And I've taken a picture of a recent publication from the initiative, which actually documented various sort of nature-based options for managing soil, water, and pest issues. So again, we have a lot of these projects that are producing these outputs, which you can refer to as a guidance. We also, as I mentioned, integrating the push-pull technology. There's also a lot of documentation and technical guidance on that. So these are sort of some examples of the actual sort of on-the-ground work that is happening to provide and inform evidence on how to manage pests using agroecological interventions. For diversity and resilience, I've taken one sort of recent report from the Foresight project. So they had done some modeling scenarios their focus was in Senegal and India. And basically the evidence from this modeling scenario was in fact across the board seeing a strengthening of diversity and resilience through the transition to agroecology by 2050. So you see, for example, in the Indian setting, this is in partnership with RYSS in the Andhra Pradesh Community-Based Natural Farming Program, which is one of the largest such programs in the world, that you see increased food production, you see regeneration of large areas of land, you see unemployment rates being reduced, so in India, you have a great sort of migration out of agriculture, which could in fact be reduced through a switch to agroecological means and approaches. And here I've also looked at two other aspects two projects that look at diversity and resilience. So for example, looking at livelihoods, agribusiness through the OASIS project, but also looking at capacity strengthening on the ground. So again, shock responsive leadership training, natural ecosystem management, and this is through the BRICS project, which, because I can see Michael, if you're interested, you can by all means talk to him about later. So viability, looking at what is the viability. This is sort of at the heart of a lot of sort of the naysayers around agroecology. What is the evidence? How do we really compare the outcomes of transitioning to agroecology? Does it match up to sort of conventional farming? So one of the largest projects in this actually was the viability project, which has come to an end, which conducted case studies on viability of agroecology practices across 9 countries and 12 case studies. And actually one recent paper that they published was actually looking at the methodology for these assessments, because ultimately what you measure matters, and you have to be able to show how these results are comparable. And they concluded that actually for assessing the viability of agroecology practices, you actually need to have more than just a single metric or criteria. You need a participatory, farmer-centric approach that has multiple criteria and standards to be able to legitimately assess the viability of such a transition. And here I've listed two other projects, the ACE4ES project, which is focused on circular economy, that was recently joined the TPP, that looks in rice and maize production systems, and also the Transformative Land Investment Project, about which we'll be hearing a bit shortly from Thiphavong. Now, the two areas where, I mean, when you review that perhaps we have some limited domain focus is, one is on nutrition, where we have one project that is very much focused on nutrition. But that isn't to say that other projects don't look at it or address it in some fashion. Nutrition is usually sort of an ancillary outcome you look at for many interventions. So certainly, again, I think this will come up in the subsequent presentation. We do see from many different sort of metrics and assessment-based projects that there is a positive outcome on diets and diversity through the adoption of agroecological practices. And for also the water domain, we have one very large project called Knuckles in Sri Lanka, which looks at large-scale land and water management. It is serving a very large number of farmers, but beyond this, we don't necessarily have any more focused projects on necessarily land and water management. So I'm not going to go into the metrics domain too much because Matthias will be giving you all the details on that. But I did want to showcase this was the last dialogue we did last year in December on the metrics domain. And the reason I highlight this is because this actually brought together multiple projects, which he'll be giving you more information about. But again, the reason for sharing all this information was because for us, the real question is, how do we work together better? This is a question we asked last year as well. How do we take all of these various projects and be able to create the synergies needed both within, try to leverage the work we're all doing, but also across domains? And that is something we'll be getting into in the breakout sessions. But this was a great example of where we took individual projects that deal with the issue of measurement and metrics and try to together across the projects, but also with a broader public, try to really ask some bigger questions about the challenges of measurement of agri-food systems and agroecological transitions. And so that's where I'll close. So looking ahead, what gaps or new areas would members like to see addressed by current or prospective projects and programs? What are suggestions for building on the work across projects within domains? And what are suggestions for sharing and developing synergies across the 8 domains? Just to start you off, but we'll have more time to dig into these questions later in the breakout sessions. And with that, I thank you, and I'll hand it over to Matthias Good
morning, everyone. So Sandhya said I'll give you all the insights in the metrics domain. I'm not going to do that. You've seen we've had a 3-hour dialogue on that. So there's a lot to be discussed and talked about this topic. I'll give you just a very, very brief overview of what we're doing in the project that focus on this domain. Works with multiple mics, I think so. Super. So we all know that agricultural and food systems are inherently highly complex and multifunctional. Yet the majority of metrics, of indicators, of tools that we have for measuring the performance, the success of agriculture and food systems, have a rather limited focus, particularly on the economic domain, looking at productivity, incomes, yields, and often not adequately taking into account the so-called externalities, so environmental benefits and costs, social benefits and cost. And this, if we look at different approaches for making agricultural and food systems more sustainable, makes approaches that focus on boosting yields, but not taking these externalities into account, look better than more holistic approaches that really aim for a comprehensive contribution to sustainable development, look better than alternatives. So, of course, agroecology delivers on all of these things in the understanding of agroecologists, but we need to create a level playing field to see where the evidence and where the gaps are. And that is why the TPP dedicates one of its 8 priority domains, as Sandhya said, exclusively to that topic. And I'll give you today just a very brief overview of some of the projects that we have. I hope many of you also joined the really interesting dialogue we had in December. There's also recordings, materials from that available, and in the presentation where you will be receiving the slides, there's links to some of the knowledge products that came out of it. Okay, so there's per se no shortage of evidence on the performance of agroecology. There's in last year, myself with Nadine Andrieux and CIFOR and a colleague from JRC, we reviewed existing meta studies on the performance of agroecology, and we can clearly demonstrate that based on the existing meta study evidence, we can show that agroecology provides a lot of benefits to food security and environmental services. Yet, all of these studies that we reviewed there do not look at agroecology as a holistic whole, but really just look at the agroecological farming practices, agroforestry, crop diversification, legume intercropping, etc. If we really want to get a comprehensive, holistic picture of what agroecology brings to us people and to the planet, we really need to think about agroecology as a food system approach based on the 10 elements and 13 principles. And there are a few tools available for doing that. I think most of you are probably aware of the FAO tool for agroecology performance evaluation, or TAPE. And we had a really nice opportunity to work with FAO, with CIRAD, Statistics for Sustainable Development, and GIZ, on applying TAPE in Benin, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Madagascar, in the to date largest application of TAPE around the world, and summarized these findings across the 4 countries, applying TAPE to 839 farming households in those 4 countries in one synthesis paper. And we worked with FAO to publish 4 very brief 2-page documents that summarize the evidence and recommendations derived from multi-stakeholder engagements on these processes. If you click on these links, you'll see the documents, and of course you can always approach me for more details. So what is it that we're finding here? I think there's hardly anyone around the world that doubts that agroecology contributes to environmental health. And of course we can see that. We can see that the more agroecological farming households are, the better they perform regarding agrobiodiversity and soil health. Yet there is a lot of skepticism in the world regarding the economic performance of agroecology. So in this today largest comprehensive data set on TAPE, we can see quite clearly that on average, more agroecological farmers have increased farm productivity, have a higher net household income, and that is particularly important in these rural settings of Africa, we can see a very clear positive correlation between agroecological integration and dietary diversity and food security. What we're not able to see is a correlation between agroecological integration and women's empowerment and youth empowerment. So there's clearly some gaps on what agroecology in the views of some advocates delivers and what the evidence shows. So I think, as we're all aware, that if we don't, as a global society, improve on gender and youth empowerment, we're not moving positively towards sustainable development. In the agroecology space, there's a clear need for more dedicated focus on empowering women and creating opportunities for young people. And now I'll show you a bit of evidence from a different tool. I hope it's not too overlapping with the presentation that Simone will be giving later on, because that is derived from one of the integrated projects of the TPP called the CGIAR Agroecology Initiative. What we did there is developing a different tool that is a bit similar to TAPE in approach in terms of working on the household level and linking agroecological integration with performance dimensions. Yet TAPE is a single rigid tool that is supposed to be applied with the same indicators like that everywhere in the world to create harmonized data sets. That is good for informing global policy dialogues, yet it may not necessarily give you the information to really inform localized decision-making. So we developed this cool tool called Holistic Localized Performance Assessment, or HOLPA. And the important part here is the L. So it includes a module called LISP, Local Indicator Selection Process, that guides multi-stakeholder decision-making processes on what indicators are relevant for local decision-making, for farmers, for NGOs, for policymakers, bringing people together to find out what matters to measure for you, not for the global space. So this is a tool in brief. It has 18 standard performance themes with indicators, then the local indicators. It has a general household and landscape context, so we can correlate how the socioeconomic, the political environment, etc., shape the integration of agroecology and performance. And it has a short module on the 13 principles of agroecology that allows us to correlate to which degree agroecology is being practiced to then the performance, basically. We've applied that tool in 8 countries: Peru, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Tunisia, Kenya, Zimbabwe, India, and Laos, on a total of nearly 800 farming households. And what we can see is that across the agricultural, economic, environmental domains, there's always a correlation between enhanced integration of agroecology and better performance. But you see the differences are not huge, right? So it's not like you integrate agroecology and suddenly all problems are solved. And if we now look a bit more in detail to these indicators, we can see that on average, agroecology does have a positive effect on biodiversity, different aspects of it, on energy use, climate resilience, and we'll hear more about the climate resilience part later on by Imelda and Fergus, and we'll discuss about it as well. Human well-being, nutrition, again, income. We all know that rural areas in many parts of the world are economically poorer than they should be. So boosting income is, of course, a priority for many families. Nutrition, of course, and crop health. We do not see, let's see, okay. We do not see a very strong effect on climate mitigation and water conservation, and in some cases, even a slightly negative effect when it comes to labor productivity, soil health, farmer agency, and land tenure. So in the end, tools matter. Depending on what kind of tools we use, we will get different results. And there's a lot of tools available. We've done 2 major reviews, one focusing specifically on measuring agroecology and its performance. And if you have a look there, you will see that depending on what it is that you want to measure, are you particularly interested to how agroecological something is, or are you more interested on how agroecology performs? Are you more interested in the farm scale, the landscape scale, the food system scale? Are you looking at a project, or are you rather looking at a business? There's a different tool available for all of these purposes. So don't just jump at the first option. Think about what matters to you to measure, and then based on this, there's different tools available. Just out this January, a review that doesn't focus on agroecology, but more generally speaking, on holistic agri-food system performance evaluation. So we can measure performance of agricultural and food systems on different scales. On the plot field scale, on the farm household scale, landscape scale, food system scale. And for all of these things, there's many tools and frameworks and indicators available. So this is the today largest review ever on that topic. So if you have an interest in measuring these things, maybe have a look there, and please do engage with us, and we'll get to how that can best be done. So as there's so many tools available, we had the opportunity of working with IDOC and ICADA on engaging with actors in Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Tunisia to find out what is it that people are currently doing when they want to assess agroecology, and what are the gaps they're seeing, and how do they think future projects can help them better to assess what really matters to them. We've done some desk review, focus group discussions, key informant interviews, workshops, etc. And what we're seeing is that actors really perceive the clear need to go beyond smaller scales, to take a food system approach, go beyond just production and consumption, and take the wider dimensions of performance and sustainability into account. And every actor seems to measure different things, very often based on donor requirements. And in these countries, and I think that is the case for many other parts of the world as well, the actors perceive a need for more communities, networks, platforms to build coherence. So what is measured in one project or by one actor is comparable to what others do, and we can build a comprehensive knowledge base for a specific regional scope. And there are some aspects related to agroecology, like equity, social values and diets, connectivity, but also recycling and synergies, that actors in these three countries found are very, very difficult for them to measure based on the knowledge they have. So in summary from this study in those three countries, actors said there's a need for embracing a plurality of definitions and frameworks, yet at the same time come up with more coherent, harmonized approaches, still allowing for context-specific adaptations. There's a need for building, developing, co-developing capacity of different actors on really measuring what matters to people. And there's a need for developing more guidance for how to do holistic assessments. And finally, and also there's this need for these networks, communities, platforms, and there's a need for developing more tools, indicators for those aspects that people find particularly difficult to measure. And this is where the EU funded and IFAD supported Transitions program with its metrics project comes in, where we decided we're not just going to develop yet another tool on measuring agroecology or measuring agricultural and food system performance. We're rather going to develop approaches for guiding actors, because all of us measure things, right? And often when we measure things, we're a bit lost in the amount of things that are available. We sometimes pick something right from the start, end up that it doesn't give us what exactly we're looking for. And we've heard yesterday from Futa-Sin, there's no one right way of doing agroecology. We've heard from Michael, there's not a single way of doing co-creation. In the same way, there's not a single way of measuring what matters. So what we rather develop than a fixed tool of indicators is a framework that we call meta framework, that is really a guideline document that leads actors through critical thinking steps and guidance for it on how to go about measuring things in a meaningful manner. It's based on 8 principles. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I think one that is really, really important is give back. Very often, particularly we as researchers, when we measure something, we go to the farm, we collect some data, we go back, analyze the data, we publish our stuff and move on to the next project. We very rarely go back to the stakeholders we've engaged and say, look, this is what we found. What does that mean to you? And I think this is a very important part of doing science differently and working in a transdisciplinary manner, that we feel accountable to the farmers and the other stakeholders that we engage in the process. The central part of this meta framework or guideline document are 10 steps that we can follow in a dynamic manner. You don't have to start by 10 and end at 1 and start at 10. There's a dynamic evolving component to it, but basically leads people who design or carry out assessments through these critical thinking steps. First, really think about what is it that you want to do. Very often, we just pick indicators or a tool without really critically reflecting, what is it that we're trying to achieve with this assessment? And later on, when we have the data, we realize that it doesn't help us. So really start with these, what we call framing steps, before you choose indicators. And then before you actually collect data, think about how you're going to analyze this data, how you're going to present it in a meaningful manner to inform the decision-making, whether it's internally or externally that you would like to do. And I said, don't just pick the indicators right from the start, but very often, given limited time and money, that's the only time we have. We select a tool, we collect data, done. Now, we hope to make this step a lot easier and thereby creating more capacity and time for the more reflective thinking by having, based on the reviews that I've mentioned earlier, created the world's largest library and database on indicators and metrics. So no matter what it is that you want to measure, with this database, I think you'll have the option for finding out what is the right thing for you to assess. So if you click on this on these links, you will find information about it. But essentially, it's a database that consists of hundreds of existing tools and frameworks and thousands of individual indicators. And each of the tools, indicators, etc., are tagged by which performance theme, which element, which principle of agroecology does it relate to? Where has it been applied before? Is it relevant for a plot, field, farm, household, landscape, food system scale? Is it qualitative, quantitative, or mixed approaches, etc.? So it really allows you to quite easily go through and say, well, I know that I'm interested in climate resilience, water quality, and nutrition. So you can get a menu, and it basically works like as if you're shopping on Amazon. You select a couple of things, you can compare them against one another, and you can fill your shopping cart and thereby create your own framework. Now, I'll just very quickly tell you some of the ways we're using this at the moment. There's many, many others, but I've just picked two. Because you may remember that I earlier said that in the engagements we've had with stakeholders, people said there's a need for more networks platform to harmonize what we're measuring in a specific context. So in Peru, in the San Martin engagement landscape, we've been working with the government, civil society, private sector, research, farmer actors, etc., to, based on these approaches, come up with a coherent framework and online platform that allows all people to contribute to one evidence and knowledge base through a series of workshops where people selected, well, this matters to me, this is important for us, etc. And then whoever measures something on climate resilience or soil health ends up using the same tools. So the evidence generated by different people can contribute to that holistic knowledge base. And for me personally, very exciting is the work, there's something missing here, but anyway, is the work that we're doing in Kenya, where there's a really broad governmental-led, but inclusively owned multi-stakeholder platform called the ISFAR, the Intersectoral Forum on Agroecology and Agrobiodiversity. And late last year, the Kenyan government published their national agroecology strategy for food system transformation. And in January this year, we brought all the relevant actors together to think about how do we measure this? How do we measure, on the one hand, how the strategy is being implemented, how that leads to an increased agroecological transition in this country, and how that again relates to achievement of societal goals, along with the SDGs, along with the UNFCCC, NDCs, with the biodiversity NB subs, etc. And we're now working with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, with different branches of the government, with civil society, and research actors to come up with this comprehensive single approach for measuring agroecology in the entire country, incorporating data from everyone and making sure that whoever comes to Kenya or whoever lives in Kenya and wants to work on agroecology has a single knowledge base to find out what is going on here, what is going on in this field, etc. And with this, I'm basically, why is there no thank you on that? Funny. Anyway, there should be a thank you saying in front of they're looking forward to enhanced engagements on measuring what matters. But that part is really relevant. If you have a project, if you would like to measure something related to agri-food systems and agroecological transitions, please do not hesitate to reach out, particularly in the Vietnamese case, for measuring what matters to assess the national food system transformation pathway and strategy. If you would like any support, there's a lot of us available to support you in the best way possible. Thank you very much. And yes, looking forward to the next steps.
Thank you, Matthias. Thank you. Now we are going to listen to Simone Staiger and Lisa Fuchs from Alliance Biodiversity International. Thank you. Applause.
Let me see where I can stand, so I'm not standing in the way. My name is Lisa, and I will be presenting together with Simone today. Before we start, please stand up if you have heard of the CGIAR Agroecology initiative before. Never heard of it before. Okay, great. Then please sit down again. Please stand up if you were part of the Agroecology initiative. Okay, great. Thank you very much for having been part of the Agroecology initiative. So our presentation is structured in two. We will be speaking about our experience with the Agroecology initiative and share some brief insights, and then also introduce the science program on multifunctional landscape that we're transitioning into. The presentation was supposed to be held by Marcela Quintero and Lucy Gedesta, our respective directors, and they had actually already registered to come and then were called away on urgent business, but they are sending their greetings. All right, so brief outline. As I said, I'll be speaking about the initiative. I'll introduce it briefly, and we just introduce the ties to the 8 domains of the Agroecology TPP. We have very brief highlights only, because we have done a lot of work. So we just briefly introduce highlights, and then we go into the continuation of agroecology work under the Multifunctional Landscapes Science Program, plans for the program specifically in Southeast Asia, and our thoughts on continued engagement with the Agroecology TPP. So first of all, a brief introduction to the Agroecology Initiative. The Agroecology Initiative was one of 32 initiatives of the CGIAR portfolio between 2022 and 2024. And the objective of the initiative was to support the agroecological food system transitions through the application of contextually relevant agroecological principles by farmers, communities, and supported by other food system actors. The initiative entailed 5 main working domains, if you will. They were structured around the co-creation of innovations in agroecological living landscapes, or ALLs, supported by business models and financial mechanisms and policies and institutions related to adaptive scaling mechanisms, as well as performance assessments, holistic performance assessments, and behavioral change research on science-based evidence components. And the Agroecology Initiative was implemented across 3 continents. It was implemented in 5 countries in Africa, including Kenya, Zimbabwe, Tunisia, Senegal, and Burkina Faso, as well as in India and Laos, and in Peru. As I briefly introduced, we were operating through what we call the Agroecological Living Landscapes, or the ALLs. That was really our transformation vehicle, our multi-stakeholder spaces that we created within which we operated. And we defined the ALLs as territories or landscapes for multi-stakeholder engagement in which agroecological innovations can be identified, co-designed, tested, and adopted by its members. You can also see a few of the photos of some of the engagements that we've been having across the different countries. I'll not go into detail, but briefly, and Sandhya spoke about this already, the Agroecology Initiative, as you see, was really structured in a manner to holistically and multidimensionally address various domains, including all of the TPP domains. A few lessons. So after 3 years of collaborative research in the living landscapes, we have seen that in-depth engagement and co-design took some time, but then really helped to accelerate progress and accelerate the generation of first results. And there's broad agreement among the team of more than 100 researchers, actually, that doing research differently works. Second lesson, we can act at the production, socioeconomic, and political level at the same time, depending on context. We also have mapped relevant food system actors and engaged in productive collaborations at various scales and with different actors in different contexts. But very importantly, they are mapped and they are engaged. We have also worked on evaluating and scaling current innovations, but more work is required because, of course, the initiative was only 3 years. And then we are looking at cross-country analysis for publication of results and an improvement of capacity sharing, engagement, and learning approaches. This is very brief. Some key highlights. As I said, as you hear, we have been working with more than 100 researchers and more than 70 partners, I think, in all these different countries. So a lot of activity and a lot of specific outputs and results, but just some key highlights. So as I said, we have engaged comprehensively in stakeholder mapping and engagement. We established 11 ALLs in the 8 countries. So some countries hold more than one ALL. We defined jointly, this is co-designed, 11 context-specific ALL transition pathways through a process that we call vision to action. We also tested and evaluated 30 agroecological farming practices and established a knowledge and co-learning network that we call the International Network of ALLs, with a lot of exchanges, including at various levels. So we had policy maker exchanges, we had farmer level exchanges, etc., etc. Then Matthias already spoke about the Holistic Performance Assessment Framework, HOLPA, that was created and tested. We also analyzed the market systems in the different countries. I'm going very fast, but I'm just showing you the breadth a little bit of what we've been doing. And all of the more detailed results you can find, of course, on the website and including in the slides. So we have a lot of hidden slides with more detailed results that you can look at once you receive the slides. So market systems understood, different value chains prioritized, participatory prioritization, and then analyzed. Business models and investment cases have been analyzed in these selected value chains in the different contexts, and cost-benefit analysis developed. Then there was policy formulation, so policy analysis, and also influence on policy formulation in some of the contexts. The ALL establishment built on existing multi-stakeholder spaces. So in some of the countries, we were able to contribute also to these multi-stakeholder platforms and institutions being strengthened. We conducted research on political economy and developed a behavioral change framework and used it in the different contexts as well. Now in the slides, like in the ones that you'll be receiving, there's a lot of specific details, but I'll just jump to showing you how we then also structure some of our data feedback. And as I said, a lot was done in the different contexts, but 3 examples in terms of outcomes. Is only 2. So in Laos, we had work in Laos, and one of the important results, and you will see the entry points and outcomes related to Gleesman's 5 levels of transition. So in Long Nom wetlands, we had a management plan that was co-developed with various stakeholders for 2024 and 2029, which was one of the important results of the team working there. And another result important here as well was that farmers are using solar-powered groundwater irrigation and can now access groundwater reliably for domestic use in climate-resilient farming. Farmers are boosting productivity, resilience, and incomes through rice field fisheries and more diverse paddy rice crop enhanced sustainability. In Kenya, a lot of work being done as well. 2 important entry points was the formulation of policy recommendations on market linkages, advisory services, and youth engagement, and a contribution to the National Agroecology Strategy that Matthias also spoke about already. And under the leadership of the all host centers, we identified host centers, local farmer training centers in our areas through which we worked. So very strong presence of farmer organizations. Under the leadership of those centers and with local partners, farmers adopted various agroecological practices, improved land use planning, vermicomposting, biopesticides, soil water conservation, etc., etc. Lots of documentation about all of that. And as Matthias was outlining as well, or Sandhya was outlining as well, a real attempt at documenting processes as well. With that, I would like to hand it over to Simone.
So what is this? I'm not sure why I have to have it.
You have to press
the green button. Okay. So I want to do a little exercise with you. And I need, so how do I change the slide?
The green button.
Okay. So exercise. You see on the left an image from Vietnam, and we say, okay, this is a multifunctional landscape. We have protected areas, people settlements, common pool resources here with the community forest and the farm level. Okay? So we will form, I will show you the tables, and I tell these tables here, these 3 tables, you are a protected area. Okay? These 3 tables, 1, 2, 3, you are a people settlement. Here we have 3 tables, and you are the farm level. And these 2 tables here, you are common pool resource. And what I want you to do, you don't need to be one group, you just discuss at your table. And discuss what is one important thing that you need to optimize, that you need to optimize your role in this landscape. Hello, that was a really, really short exercise here. You were the common pool resources. What is one thing that you need to optimize your role in this landscape? Hello.
Let's continue.
I'm here. I will just take two quick feedbacks. What is one thing that you said you need? Something?
Yep. I think in our landscape we highlighted to at least the optimizations, particularly in the common pools resources. First of all, we hope to really to protect these resources, maximizing the benefits and the use of the resources through the diversifications of these resources, either through the intercropping systems, with these protections of the biodiversity in these areas as well, and as well as to also protect the landscape in that areas, because it seems to be very steep and to protect the land slice and such.
That's for common pool or in general?
Well, that is, we know it is up there, but we also see the importance of the common pools as well, that to really do sustainable use of these common pools as well.
Good. Let's take feedback here from one group of the protected areas, right? You were farm level. Do we have somebody from the farm level? One thing you need to optimize your role.
Yeah, we would like to promote biodiversity crops, rotational crops, 365 days, because we see this entire multifunctional landscape is one crop canopy, right? Yes.
Crops on farms. Okay. You were, what were you guys? People settlements. One thing you need to optimize your role.
Thank you. Actually, in the people settlement, we need the nutrition for the people. And we also know that the demand of the nutrition is increasing year by year because of the population. So the only way is that to increase the productivities, we try to intensify the production within our system. So that's why I think agroecology practices, as we can see that we have a lot of evidence to show that it is sustainable, and also we can produce enough food and as well as a good nutrition for the people as well. Thank you.
So sustainable intensification of production for better nutrition. Good. I cannot continue with the last group. So I'm sorry, but I will ask you later. So what are multifunctional landscapes? So here are elements of definitions that we developed, but I don't pretend that to be complete. Spatially diverse areas, ecosystem, multiple interdependent goals, and based on appropriate land use and managed planning, I will talk about that in a moment, we can promote synergies, manage trade-offs, balance interests, and reduce conflicts in multifunctional landscapes. So I won't go through the vision, but what I like in our vision that, as you see in the second part, that the co-creation is part, again, of our vision of how we want to work in multifunctional landscapes. So what is new in the program? We have a broader approach than in the Agroecology initiative. We want to work more across scales. We include a more explicit emphasis in restoration and conservation. We are not limiting our solutions conceptually to agroecology, but we include regenerative agriculture, nature-based approaches, and others. So from the lessons also that Lisa talked about, we include landscape planning and governance, engagement and learning, gender fairness and social inclusions as themes more prominently. We work in some new countries, and we want to use the agroecology principles as a tool for monitoring and evaluation, and also to guide the scaling of our practices. So these are our areas of work compared to the previous areas of work, where we see that we work more on planning and gender, as I just said, and on engagement and learning. These are the countries where we will work, at least at the beginning. So you will see the countries, and in some countries we have 2 multifunctional landscapes selected. Lisa mentioned the partner base, so we are not starting from scratch. We have a whole series of established partnerships in these countries already. And for Asia, actually, our plans are really still in the making. We know we will work in Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam corridors, and in India, but we only appointed the country coordinators, and we're getting teams together, and we are really defining the multifunctional sites where we'll be working. So I won't insist on that one. And then the continued engagement with the TPP. So what do we envision, and how do we envision to work together? The program will have an advisory committee, and the TPP will have a member in that committee. We will include, the TPP will include this program formally as part of the portfolio. We want to work with the TPP when we will start further engagement with stakeholders in the second semester to do that with the TPP support. We have an area of work 7 on engagement and learning, where we'll continue the work on the international network on living landscapes, where we hope to work very closely with the TPP. And we also want to continue to use the 13 principles, as I said earlier, and that is also in connection with the TPP. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Simone and Lisa. We still have one more presentation before the health break. Now we are going to listen to Thiphavong Boupha. Sorry if I spelled it right. From Land Equity International.
Hi, good morning all. I am Thiphavong Boupha, working as the agricultural investment advisors under the Transformative Land Investment Projects. We are working in 5 countries of the Laos, Myanmar, Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Ghana, funded by SDC. We have just started our first phase. We originally planned for a long process of 10 years, but we are still struggling how to go forward for the next phases. However, we have done some of the researches in collaborations with the Department of Agriculture and the map of Laos PDR. on how to integrate the ASEAN good agricultural practice with the agroecology transition guidelines that we are talking quite a lot in this platform. I may just recap few sentences for my understanding, and I hope we are on the same lines, particularly for the 8 domains of the TPP domains. First of all, I think these domains are very demand-driven that bring us as the researchers, extensions, CSOs, development partners, and other stakeholders to come together and discuss how to go forward to promote this agroecology practices now and in the futures. But at the same time, we would like to also highlight the importance of the private sectors. That's why we hope to also present our projects progress in this platform as well. We talk quite a lot about the subsistence farming systems and also the, very small scales smallholders household practices. But I might also just to recap the situations that when we are talking about the agricultural commercializations, we talk more not only about the just for the household subsistences, but also now to talk about how to sell the products, how to develop that value chains for the domestic markets, but also for the export markets as well. So that's why in my presentations would focus a bit more on the role of the private sectors in these processes. Along with the 8 guidelines and 8 domains, we understand that it is very important for the TPP also not just only to work in a single domain itself, but also to integrate and also holistically cooperate these 8 domains together. So that's why we hope that other angles and other perspectives to promote this agroecology work to move forward holistically, not just only to look at a single angles. Aligned with this, the TOI projects, we have very strong principles as well, particularly if I could highlight the adoptions and promotions of the agroecological, the production practices in alignment with the improved food safety and food securities. At the same time, we also highlight the protections of the social safeguardings, and at the same time to improve the and also strengthen the regulatory compliance along the value chains by the governments and by the other stakeholders as well. Our strategy is very clear as well that we would start with the how to prevent the negative impacts that would happen along the agricultural investments. When I mean the investment, doesn't mean only the big scale investments, but we also talk about the SME investors as well in agriculture sectors. But at the same time, how to use this stick and carrot to control the positive and negative impacts and how that could play out. But at the same time, how to encourage them to adopt the better practices and more sustainable business operations mechanisms. At the same time, we also hope that the business model could be implemented within our investor champions, but at the same time to scale out to other actors who are working to support the food systems as well. I may not go into very detail. I think we do have quite very broad evidences on how the ASEAN GAP could be very well aligned with the AE principles. And particularly, we do have this type of the very clear framework under the ASEANs. And at the same time, the GAP standards, as we know that, focus also very clearly on the food security, environmental sustainability, social responsibility and economic viabilities in the agricultural productions and to support the market access as well. And at the same time, the 4 modules under the ASEAN GAP, as we know that one of them is the environmental management, which is the key one anyway. At the same time, the workers' health, safety, and welfare is another important one. The produce quality is also very important one. But I also would like to highlight the food safety one as well. Under the 5 main areas of the sustainable agricultural principles, this is, I think, really serve as a very good guidelines for how the GAP and AE could be integrated in the midterm and long term. Under these ideas and hypotheses, we come up with some recommendations. Under these 7 current agroecology guidelines, we hope that for the first one, for the planning for the transitions, we hope that these environmental management models could be better integrated into not only based on the GAP, but how can this be more discussed and also integrated with the agroecology guidelines as well. And for the second one, working with farmers, I think we talk quite a lot about this, but we also hope that the capacity building of the farmers could be highlighted, particularly through, for example, engagement of the private sectors. For example, through the farmer contract farmings, cooperatives, associations, and other the farmer organizations models. At the same time, we hope that more multi-standard platforms to include more farmers into this discussion should be also highlighted to highlight their safety, their health, and also their welfare in all processes as well. And at the same time, the promotions of the transition across the agri-food system is very important, that we hope how to really harmonize these food safety issues into the quality standards of the current GAP by promoting, for example, maybe GAP certified products in alignment with the agroecology's guidelines. At the same time, we hope that this type of the more incentives, more protections of the premium or fair price for smallholders and supporting farmers to access to more markets should be also highlighted as well. Sorry, I go a bit too fast. Well, for the capacity building of and knowledge sharings, I just would like to again highlight the farmer-to-farmer learning sessions that we should again keep continuous, but at the same time should also focus more sustainable farming for more food safety, also for more the quality management issues as well. And that type of the digital tools and technologies to facilitate this type of knowledge sharing, I mean, should be also promoted. For the multi-stakeholder engagements, we hope that more stakeholders should be engaged in these platforms and with regular monitoring, dialogues, and consultations on the problems, progress, and on the achievements as well, in particularly how to integrate the GAP and also the agroecology guidelines as well. The last two, particular quite important, is about the research. We hope that this type of the researches, particularly linking to both GAP and AE, based on the biodiversity conservations, soil health, and sustainable pest management should be also highlighted. Last but not least, it's quite important that the available access to finance and sufficient incentive mechanisms should also be in place to support all actors along the whole value chains, from the farmers until the investors and more campaigns for the consumer as well. This could also be done by, as we talk quite a lot about the PPP, public-private people partnership platforms, and particularly we should also highlight the importance of the farmers in this process. We know that we are still on the progress of our analysis, but it is important that for us, for the agroecology team, agroecology cohort, to be really considering why the GAP matters for these agroecology transitions. And particularly, we know that this become very important part of the market requirements of the customs clearance, for example, for the Chinese market, but at the same time for the regional market as well, and for the international market. So we hope that we should build commitments to higher standards of all agri-food products for not only domestic but also for the international markets to ensure the improvement of the agri-food systems along the whole value chains. I think that is quite important on how to really scale out, scale up, and scale deep what we have learned today and how to go forward in the futures. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Thiphavong. We are a little behind, but we would like to open if you have any questions for the panelists.
I'm interested in the last speaker because he's talking about standards, just like GAP standards. So how can AE, agroecology, be as standards complying to emerging environmental related trade regulations such as the EUDR or the EU deforestation regulation? So I think it is right when he said that we need to think about something, an agroecology standard, so that we could be synergizing with these emerging trade issues. Thank you.
My question will be for Matthias. How do we design metrics for very diverse countries like India, for example? You have 5 or 6 agro-diversity zones in a small state like Andhra Pradesh. Do we foresee TPP supporting, collaborating in designing these systems?
Well, I have a quick reflections on that, but later on I also would ask the TVCs to also further, because she's really our GAP experts. I think we are really in the positions to really look at the market-driven approach with this really, it is a very key drivers of the agricultural productions at the moment. With this GAP has been developed, standards developed over 20 years already. They are really very good lesson learned and process. But we also know there are quite good opportunities and challenges among the countries ourselves, but more challenges in the regions as well. So that's why I think there are some lessons learned from this process, not only the GAP, but I think from the other standards as well that we can learn and even integrate it into this process so far. But I think for the more technical standards, preparations and requirements, maybe to visit, can you add something on that, please?
Thank you very much for the questions. That's very interesting points. And here, may I give you some insights how GAP and AE can integrate it. Here, the GAP is the existing standards already in ASEAN region. And ASEAN leaders has developed ASEAN GAP as the tools for facilitate the intra and extra trade in ASEAN and outside ASEAN. This has been implemented quite for a while, many years in ASEAN. And recently, ASEAN guidelines on agroecology has been adopted. And when we see that Dr. Thiphavong has said, the collaboration and then the support, they are support each other. And our intention is to use ASEAN GAP as a technical tool to support the ASEAN ecologies principles. So ASEAN ecology principle, 7 of them, that Thiphavong has highlighted. So technically, ASEAN GAP requirements has support a lot. So here we don't mean that we will create another standard or ecology standard, but we will use GAP standard as a technical support to facilitate agroecology transition in value chain. That is our intention for this research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Matthias, please.
Great. Thanks a lot. I think it's good if we take a bit of extra time for talking about that, because the metrics project that was part of the domain that I presented is already engaging with our ISS and APCNF. You've already exchanged. Okay, great. Then, okay, very good. All right. Then Sandhya and I work in the same team. But basically, I think what you're mentioning is really important. You know, there's such a diversity of diverse agricultural and food systems, and that's our argument for saying there's not just one way of measuring things, and it depends so much also on the stakeholders involved, right? There is, for instance, GIZ with my input developed a specific version for assessing agroecological integration in the Indian context. But that wasn't developed with the involvement of many stakeholders. It was for a particular purpose that a GIZ project had in India. So that can be a role model for certain things. It can be an inspiration, but there's so many other things around. And that's really the main argument that I'm trying to make is don't start from scratch, but also don't just take the first best option. Think about what it really is that you want to measure. And we're very happy to support anyone who would like to measure something related to agroecological transitions and agri-food system performance. That's why we're doing all of this work. And like everyone, we're interested in our work being useful to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias.
I have a
yes.
mic.
Go ahead,
my name's Sango, but this question comes from a little side discussion with Marion. So it's a question about, I guess, for the teams that were talking about methods and working on methods. So we've got I guess, migration out of rural areas and a loss of labor that's part of that, and how you can pick up on sort of the labor dynamics associated with agroecology, and especially any additional loads that might fall to women as part of that. So interested in any comments.
Mine is more, I need some clarification. When you talk about environmental management module and integrating that to agroecology principles, it's a bit confusing. Let me understand more that the last presenter.
Well, I think the model itself has very long process of inspections, and also the certifications process as well. It look at this soil health, the contaminations, the level of chemical use, those type of really under this type of the component. But again, I think Tavisit is working on it, and he is really in inspectors of this environmental component of this GAP as well. So please.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think the ASEAN GAP on the environmental management module that's well adapted to the agroecology principles. In science, the requirements, the main requirement for ASEAN GAP on environmental management is required the producers, farmers, and processors to comply with the environmental issues, like, for example, biodiversity. So the need to concern about the surrounding environments, biodiversity, water management, waste management, and also the soil management. So these three key requirements, I think that's what we are talking about: water, soil, and biodiversities. So they have the checklist, need to compliance with the GAP modules. So these can be a criteria to assess whether that farmers or producers complied with those environmental issues or not. So that's quite well adapt and support each other, what we are thinking. Thank you.
So just I think we have, oh yeah, but yes, to her question, you mean? Yes. Okay.
Thanks, Sango. As I checked with you, your question wasn't exclusively directed to the metrics part, but more general. But maybe from the assessment perspective, there's quite a lot of different metrics and approaches available for assessing migration dimension, labor dimensions, etc. I would have to go into the database to find out exactly what's the most suitable. When we look specifically at agroecological transitions and implications for labor, it's not exactly good news for people living in agroecology to see that we're seeing correlations that do justify the argument that a lot of people have in terms of agroecology results in more labor. If we look at labor productivity, often we're seeing like the return for labor being higher. But yes, it continues being labor intensive. And I therefore think there's really a strong need for finding ways of reducing the labor intensity of agroecological farming practices through small scale mechanization, local innovation on mechanization, etc. I think that's really a field that is underserved, basically. From the viability project that Sandhya briefly mentioned, CIRAD colleagues have been working specifically on that question for West Africa, but the dimensions look very different where we are in the world. So it's not just one result, I think, that we can say. And as you were particularly referring to women, and I'll extend that now to youth as well, what we've seen with the TAPE assessments in Africa is on the one hand that the way agroecology is being integrated in these 4 countries does not result in better opportunities for women. And I think that's certainly not good news. And it does result on more children working on farms. And this isn't child labor necessarily, right? But I do think that most of us are not particularly interested in having children doing excessive labor on the farm. The way TAPE assesses that does not ask how much time. And I think it is very nice for children to engage on farm labor, learn about agriculture and agroecology. But if that is half an hour to an hour a day, it's something very different to that being 6 to 8 hours a day. So I think there's a need for more differentiated metrics and more qualitative results as well.
So I know there's a few more questions in the room. I do want to point out, if you haven't mentioned, that our half-an-hour break is actually already over. So we just skipped our coffee break. So yeah. So I'm sure there's many other questions, but in being mindful of because I see we are losing a few people literally already at the tables. So what I would like to propose, if you allow me to propose, is that any other questions that you have for one of the panelists, take them to the coffee break and have a conversation there, because I'm sure we could continue for another 2 hours, this conversation, because it's interesting, but there's other speakers and other exercises. So being already half an hour behind on schedule, that's what my proposal is. Unless you feel there's somebody in this room that feels very strongly about holding everybody back having their coffee. Yeah. Okay. So is that okay? Can I ask you to do that? Those few questions, ask them to the panelists over coffee, and then take a 15-minute coffee break and then come back and bring your coffee in instead of half an hour. So we win back a little bit of time. Yeah. So before you leave, there is a request from Tan. So first, an applause for all the panelists and all your great questions. And then Tan has a quick request.
Sorry to disturb you from the break. While you enjoy the break, may I ask you to have a look at the list I posted in the door to see if the name is already there. Now, if the name is there, that's the name for the field trip tomorrow. Please use a marker. Let's tick where the name is to confirm that you will be joining the field trip tomorrow. Sorry, there is no freedom of choice here. We took the liberty to assign you to the trip because we have to apply for the permission from the local authority for the visit a month before the date. So I am sorry that you cannot change the group. You can either go or stay. I'm so sorry. Now, there will be a few of you whose name may not be there. I'm sorry. It's not possible to put the name there anymore because the list has been fixed. It's very rigid by the government of Vietnam that all the names of the participants have to be sent to them a month in advance. Sorry about that. For Vietnamese participants, please put the name there. You can put the name wherever you like now.
Sí, voy a solamente hacer el registro, quiero recordar. Okay, welcome everybody. Just a request. If you haven't do it yet, please register for today in the front desk. Okay, we need to register every day for the forum meeting. Okay, if you haven't do it, please do it as soon as possible or in the lunch break. Okay.
Okay. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee, tea, water, beers. Okay, good. So we did just a very, very quick and dirty briefing with the table facilitators for the exercise that's up now. So I hope everybody's in the room. And we're also going to ask you in a bit, you might need to move to other tables to make sure that all tables have equal number of people more or less. So the group work. Okay, something happened with sorry for that. Some slides moved. So the objective of this exercise is, as we're talking about the projects of the TPP today, this is an opportunity for this whole group to reflect on the progress that the TPP has made, identify key learning, priority areas, and actionable strategies to make the TPP more effective in achieving its full potential to contribute, right, to the transition to agroecological approaches. Not saying that the TPP will do that by itself, right? The idea is that it contributes to that. So thinking about how can the TPP be more effective in achieving, let's say, its mission. Okay? And it's gonna, in some kind of way, it's gonna be a similar exercise as the one that we did yesterday in the afternoon, with different questions. So we're gonna do group work. Who has been part ever of something called a World Cafe? Please raise your hand. You don't have to stand up this time. World Cafe. Okay, well, I think most of you have. It's basically, we'll talk about it a little bit more. Well, before we do that, just as a reminder, you should have this image or this one-pager in that folder that was handed out, because you're going to be talking about the domains as well. So the projects that you're working on and the 8 domains of the TPP. This slide won't be up all the time, but keep it in mind while you go through this exercise. Okay? So these are the reflection topics. We're going to have 4 reflection topics. But because we're so many people, we decided to divvy up the group in 8. So there's going to be 8 tables. And on each of these tables, there will be a different reflection topic. And that means that there will be 2 tables with reflection topic 1. Those are these 2 here. There will be 2 tables with reflection topic 2, which are the tables there in the back, where Michael and the table next to it are sitting. Then here, these 2 tables in the back are reflection topic 3. And this table and that table just in front of the blue wall are reflection topic 4. All of the tables will have a facilitator. They have a little bit more of a briefing than yourself. But just to quickly go through these topics, right? And we try to break up into 4 topics that make sense when we think about identifying actionable strategies or actions to make the TPP more effective in contributing to that transition to agroecological approaches. So we're not starting from zero today, right? There are things happening already. So one of the groups or 1 or 2 of the table topics here will be talking about reflecting on the existing projects and domains. What is working for these projects? What is working for these domains? And what are some recommendations we want to make? But keep in mind, recommendations not to the Secretariat. They'll say, okay, this is what the Secretariat could do because we're all the TPP. So what are some recommendations for the members and or the Secretariat? So for all of us, what is it that we can improve thinking about what we're already doing, the existing projects? Another thing that we've heard as well is that, well, it might be that there are some gaps in what we're doing, right? We might need to think about maybe a little bit dangerous to say other domains, I don't know that, but maybe we need to think about additional projects. What are some gaps out there that, again, and how can both the Secretariat and the TPP members or the partners take a role in addressing these gaps? So the two tables there, that table and that table, are going to be discussing this question. Then topic number 3 is a little bit less, well, it's a little bit less about the projects, but it's more about the domains in the projects and how they work across domains and within domains. So what is working well and what needs improvement? What are some of the actionable recommendations that both the members as well as the Secretary can take in strengthening cross-domain collaboration and synergy? Right, so many things happening. So what can we do to better collaborate and find synergies? That's that table in the back and that table in the back. Now, the last question is more focused, actually zooming in on the Secretariat itself, is saying, okay, what are some opportunities for improvement for the Secretariat in better supporting the members' network or the platform members' work in ownership and thinking about those synergies. So it's zooming in a little bit more on the Secretariat itself. Yeah, but again, also think about what can I do, especially when it comes to these first 3 groups. Now, those are the table topics. The instructions for a World Café, they're not that difficult, but they're outlined here, is that first off, just as a general comment, we all will have an opportunity to discuss all of the topics. So it doesn't matter where you start. So it's not like, oh, but I really want to talk about number 3, and so I'm so concerned. If you're already sitting in number 1, please stay seated because we're going to rotate. There's going to be 4 rounds of about, well, it depends on the time, but let's say 20 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes. And when you're at the table, you can discuss that specific topic, contribute to what you think can be improved, some actionable strategies, and work with the table facilitator to get that, as yesterday, on these boards. There's different colored papers. Could you hand me that, Pancho? This one. No, the estas. Esta ahí que están. Estas, yeah. Gracias. Okay. So, when we think about actions, we think about green. What can we start? What should we start doing? Think about pink. What should we stop doing? And blue, what should we continue doing? Right? You have 10 for each color because we want top ideas. So there will be 4 rounds. You choose your starting topic. Everyone will have the opportunity to contribute to all the 4 topics. Aim for balanced group sizes. Each table will have a facilitator. There will be 4 rounds. Well, the time probably now changes a little bit. And after each round, you hear a bell and you're asked to move clockwise to the next topic. Don't go from table 1 to another table 1, right? Like to the same topic. Skip 1 table to go to the next topic. That's the idea of a World Café, if you haven't done that before. And, well, we already talked about this. So have dialogue, what is working and what needs to improve. That's all fine. You can also write it down. But what we're really looking for after that reflection is, what are some recommendations about start, stop, continue doing? And in each round, you will build up, that's the idea of a World Café, of things that were already mentioned, right? We encourage you not to drag on topics that were already identified. Try to find new things that haven't been identified yet in the previous rounds. And that phase 2, well, we'll see if that will actually happen. Well, these are the guiding questions that are on your table. So your table facilitators have that for. So for table 1 and 2, this is the guiding question. Table 3 and 4, this is another guiding question. 5 and 6, and 7 and 8. But all of that is at your table. Are there any questions at this point? My name is Slim Shady. Okay. I'm not sure. So it must be the alcohol. So any questions? So these three tables we won't be using, right? Like you will have to distribute to these other tables. This table, that table, and this table. Yeah, I can also pull it up here. Exactly what Matthias, there it is. Start, stop, continue, doing. Add members and secretariat, right? Not all secretariat. It's easy to say what others should do, right? Sorry, I can't hear.
On the cards and put those on a sheet each time, and then is that?
Yeah, you just discuss, come to an agreement if you wish, and put the cards on there. If you need more cards, we can hand them out as well. Yeah, but discuss a little bit. Doesn't have to be every single idea. Have a little bit of a conversation about what makes sense. Yeah, Soledad and I will also be walking around. If you haven't done this, it's going to be taking a little bit of getting used to, but it allows us in a fast way for everybody to chime in on all the topics. Yeah. Any other questions? Or so we just get started and then we'll figure it out. You're a clever group of people. The questions are at your table. So you have a table facilitator. I'm not sure where you, yeah, it's Alexia. So she has the questions. We'll be walking around. Okay. So we get started. So I'm asking these people here to distribute, please. Don't stay at these tables. Get up. Please. No, you're good or not? Oh, yeah, you can move there. Yeah. So wrap up that final idea. Yeah. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. What I'm going to do, all the groups are going to stay where they're seated now. And we're just going to pass around this microphone. And there's going to be one person at each table that quickly, in 1 minute, reports out these 3 takeaways. And maybe we can just start here at Simone's table and then go around like this. Yes? And if you like, Simone, yes, you can stand. Oh, that's not Simone. Okay, that's fine.
So the first idea is to develop at least a collective vision of what the TPP.
Which was the question that you, yeah.
Yeah, the Secretariat.
Okay,
TPP
the Secretariat question. Okay, thank you.
To support the development of a theory of change, or at least a collective vision to support the orientation and the vision of the collective orientation of the TPP members. The second one, it was on the supporting the development. I will let this. Yeah. Another one was to map the different platform working on agroecology at different level, but also to start organizing and support the articulation between the different platform. Yeah, on agroecology at different level, global, regional, or specifically dedicated to some actors, and a lot of ideas also around the needs to develop and to work more on actionable, the design and the production of actionable information for different stakeholders. And the last ideas?
Yeah, it was about supporting policy change. So we discussed how different members of the TPP, so researchers, farm organizations, maybe lobbyists, can support policy change besides producing evidence. What other actions could we implement? And when we produce evidence, for whom?
So, and that would be start doing or continue doing?
It was a green.
Green,
so,
start
yeah.
doing. Okay. I can see the Secretariat has a lot of starting. You're not asking to be stopped anything, but starting. So a lot of additional work. Hope you're happy with that. Okay, thank you so, thank you so much. The other Secretariat group, an applause for Secretariat Group 1. If you could just hand on the microphone to the other table, thank you. Okay, this is also Secretariat, right? Yes, this is also Secretariat.
Okay, I've been asked to run through some key points because people didn't feel they had the knowledge of what other groups had suggested. So I was facilitating. I think we've clustered a few of them together, and I'll just touch on the ones that have a sticker here. So there's a cluster of things around the regional face of the Secretariat. Kind of, should there be a regional, like Southeast Asia oriented section of the Secretariat? If there is a demand for that, what would they do? For instance, might they use kind of social media platforms or WhatsApp to help connect at a national or regional level, and also a call for more Asia-oriented projects? There was a group that had very few people that had, or in fact, no one had interacted with the Secretariat before. So although that wasn't stickered, I'm going to mention those. More engagement with potential members and for that community of practice of the Secretariat, and more information about what the Secretariat does to somehow reach people that are doing work in this space but aren't involved yet. There was an area of kind of work to help people be aware of finance and funding opportunities, and perhaps even coordinating efforts between different groups to bid for some of that. There was a bunch of things on thematic areas of work which aren't really necessarily part of this question, but we've just captured those there. I guess it fits with that domain question. And in the, that was all in the, some of them are blue, but actually they sort of fit with what was in the start doing area. And then under the continue doing, one of the stickered ones here, so I'll take it as prioritized, is around the involvement of farmers' organisations, that's been good and more of it is needed. And also advocacy around land issues, which is a core issue in agroecology. So yeah, I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And just for, while Sola passes on the microphone, just for our understanding, for systematizing, blue they're a little bit mixed, the colors. So okay. Okay. Well, we can talk about it later a little bit how to organize. No, perfect. Okay. But we can talk about it a little bit later, and then you give a little bit more context. Thank you so much. So this is about what are some actionable recommendations that both the TPP members and the Secretary can take in strengthening cross-domain collaboration and synergies, Bernard.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches.
I feel like it's midnight. I don't know why. In the people who came through this table, our starting point that there is little knowledge of what is happening cross-domain, or what is happening in the TPP cross-domain. Because people have few projects they know about, mostly projects they are part of, because there is no information that they know of about cross-activities or cross-domain activities, and because the website is not very well known, to say not known. So that's an important starting point. So because what we did, since we didn't have this knowledge, we kind of thought what could be useful rather than saying this is what is happening and let's do things differently. Among the few stops that some people mention is this COP online why should it continue? Now, the problem is not necessarily the online, but the fact that it might not be active enough. It might not really create a community of practice, of people exchanging, sharing, etc. People mentioned that the Desira Connect Days that some of you attended was a very good opportunity for cross-learning across projects, not necessarily across domain, but across projects. And since many projects are indeed focusing on specific areas, so it provides and then there is already some sharing, diffusion of knowledge projects that are produced individually by projects. So most of what people talked about is what we could do that would be more this cross-domain, or I think most of what people say, more cross-projects rather than cross-domain. The first thing is face-to-face. Face-to-face is really something that people believe is really an important activity. Face-to-face in terms of dialogue, series, it can be thematic, but in Asia, that would be very useful. And this could be co-organized by people in the region, in people representing the TPP. Exchange visits among projects or among regions, like people from Africa working on projects that are in the TPP portfolio, visiting Asia or the other way around. Now, caution, not duplicate what is already taking place, making sure there is value added to whatever events or visits, and see which networks are already the ones that could maybe co-organize or organize this thing. And obviously not duplicate, but not reinvent the wheel. So we have to really be careful, build on what exists. The second thing that people talk about is developing cross-domain or cross-project knowledge products. Again, the caution is there is very little time available. Even within a project, it's already difficult, so you can imagine cross-projects. So we will need to have some kind of mechanism to identify which products would be really most strategic to work on these ones, and then we would have to see funding for this, or access to funding, maybe to some human resources, maybe organizing like write shops or workshop where we could work on these knowledge products together. There were many different ideas that you can see afterwards, just pick on a few ones. The use of social media with short videos to share experiences, to share lessons, rather than focusing too much on the website. Develop a genuine, I think something that you talked about in the Secretariat, not a genuine, a generic, well, a generic, genuine theory of change, where we could see which projects contribute to which part of the theory of change, at what level, national, regional, something to be discussed. That's this one, 3, 4. 4A, having more farmers' organization participating in the various domains or in the various projects that tackle different domains. And something about needs assessment for capacity building of the different stakeholders. So you can see a wide range of ideas, not necessarily only related to the cross-domain, but mostly to the cross-project, and very much focused on the Asia region for obvious reason that these are the participants that are here.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard, and applause. So I'm going to ask, because we won't be breaking for lunch after this yet, right? Because we started half an hour later. We still have 3 heroes that have presentation before lunch, right? So please keep it as short as possible. No, touch on the main points for all of you after Andrew and after Andrew.
Thank you. We have 4 points here, 3 key takeaways and a preamble. So the preamble is because the first group, the starting group here, really didn't know very much about what all these domains were doing, what their relationship was, how they were identified, where there might be overlaps, what the hierarchy was, the linkages. So generally there's a need, if we are all to be members, then there is definitely a need for us to all be educated or self-educated on what TPP is doing. Okay, now to the key takeaways. Number 1, financing is a cross-cutting issue. All right, we need to have new partners who can deal with the issue of financing the agroecology transition. It can't just be researchers and government. We need the private sector, we need banks, we need innovative sources of financing. Then that needs to be taken on board across all the domains. Secondly, what is the unique selling point of TPP when we've also got the Agroecology Coalition, what we heard about CG doing this morning, and various other initiatives? So we kind of answered that ourselves by saying the best thing that we've heard so far is all this work with farmers, farmer engagement, co-creation with farmers, farmer-to-farmer learning, documentation of farmer cases. Maybe that is the unique selling point, or at least a leading selling point for TPP, is the work it does across all domains with farmers themselves. And then the last one is really, we need to stop repeating research that was done 30, 40 years ago. Lots of micro-level projects looking at techniques with the small groups of farmers and a couple of villages. We need to be scaling up. To do that, we need to be working at landscape level, and we need to be working with farmer organizations. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Super concise, perfect, setting a good example. And thank you, Dave.
Yes, thank you. So our question was the key gaps, number 2 questions. So we were looking at the key gaps in the projects and across the 8 domains. So I will start by the end. It's time to revise domains. So this is a suggestion for the TPP platform. We think that maybe 8 domains is a lot, and we should probably have a more systemic approach and try to articulate the added value of the TPP platform is to see how to articulate the different projects and how to think with this global vision and this the systematic approach. So the suggestion is to try to work more across projects, like Bernard said, or work on the added value of the TPP. So, for example, and there is also, for example, nothing on gender was really introduced in the different projects we saw. So we saw that this is maybe one domain or one cross-cutting domain. We feel that metrics is more a cross-cutting domains than a domain in itself. So, well, time to revise. And one last 2 things. We have this question of standards. If we lack something, is the connection between certified standards, global gap, IG, fair trade. How do we connect the standards to these agroecological practices and approach and system? How do we have, incentives or long-term funds, long-term finance for sustainability? So how do we do that? The mechanism that we develop at the local scale, the supporting mechanism for farmers, for farmer organization, how do we ensure that this mechanism and that support services are here for the long term and will last after the end of the project? So this is also one key point. And I think I'm done. I will stop here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So we were the second table for the second question. And it's always very interesting to have several tables discussing the same questions because the results sometimes are really different. And the ways different tables engage is very interesting. Nonetheless, there's a lot of overlap with what has been discussed previously. I will very briefly focus on, I think, 3 main points. Of course, we have a lot of points that I hope will be documented. But what is standing out, what has been echoed on tables before, is that the current existing domain structure might not be up to date. There's both a problem in terms of how comprehensive they are, but also in how they are subdivided. And the suggestion very broadly was to move from a domain structure to a theory of change structure, and then see how the different projects contribute to the theory of change. That's point number 1. to support the TPP's function as a platform for co-learning as well. We felt that it was really important to find a uniform way of distilling learnings from individual projects and to then feed into these into the theory of change with specific learnings for specific areas so that oncoming projects can benefit from existing ones within the specific constellation of the theory of change, to also then ensure that the TPP can support moving from projects to more programmatic work. So this is our point number 2. And then point number 3 is on, in terms of what we should continue doing, is really this very strong emphasis on co-creation and co-design, especially with farmers' organizations at the center of all work that is being done within the TPP and at all steps also of the project development cycle or program development cycle. So to not restrict farmers' organizations to specific on-farm domains, but have real partnerships. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that concise sharing. Please go ahead. Yes.
I'll keep it short, and most of the observations are applicable here. We'll focus on, what should we do, start doing it.
Let's move this a little bit, yeah.
One is, develop a sort of mechanism, especially metrics is important. And then also build capacities of, various AE actors. Then there's also discussion on TPP's role in policy influencing work. Rather than working for policy change, why don't you, producing evidence, why don't you induce policy change? And it has to have an impactful, it should influence, farmers' work on the ground. Then other question is, how do we ensure that, it's also connected to the policy influencing work? Access to finance, even at grassroots level, is very difficult in agroecology. How do we? And also clarify what are the benefits for the new members, TPP. This is a question from my colleagues in ASEAN. What should we stop doing is, overlapping and also not so sustainable activities, identify them and we should do it. And what should we continue to do it? 3 domains. One is capacity building, field demonstrations. And the other one is continue to work on enabling policy environment, and then scientific and evidence-based tools and, support soil health work. These are 3 areas. And this is also connected to continue to promote, crop diversity through various plants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that group. Last but not least, before we move into the presentations, Matthias.
Super. I'll try to be brief as well. Thanks a lot for all the people that joined this group. It's been a pleasure talking with you. So we came to the conclusion that there's nothing that people heard in the morning and yesterday that the TPP should not continue. There was one aspect of we should stop engaging in thinking about agroecology being relevant for large-scale market-driven approaches. All the other things should continue, but what should be done new? What kind of projects do we need to really address those critical knowledge and implementation gaps? A lot of really, really good ideas. I think then we have a job as a platform to think what is feasible, where are funding opportunities, etc. But I think a couple of points stand out very clearly. One, investigate through a co-creative mechanism on how agroecology can be more attractive for youth. That's been a priority for many, many people, so clearly something to work on. Second, how can scientific findings on agroecology be communicated and packaged in a way that they're farmer relevant? Providing guidelines, best practice approaches for doing agroecology for farmers. Of course, that isn't something that only researchers do. I think that's why the TPP as a multi-actor platform is important, to see how we can combine policy, extension, NGO, farmer perspectives to really package something that is evidence-based but farmer relevant. The soil health part also popped up here a couple of times, particularly with coming up with, so linking soil health and metrics domains, so to speak, if we're continuing the current magic domains logic. How can we enable farmers to assess the health of their soil directly. No need to go to labs, etc., but still being more robust than the SOCLA methodology is that TAPE, for instance, recommends. And when you guys came back here, based on the discussions in the different groups, one new topic came up and was received a lot of interest, and that's the linkage between agroecology and land rights. How can that be strengthened? How can we do research on that? As said, there's many more ideas, but I think I'll stop it here so we have time to hearing about Kyrgyzstan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your input on all these different topics. While Sairagul gets up here, I just want to ask the table facilitators to do what Simone did. Tear off the question that was in your instructions and just put it on your work, so later on we can identify, we make sure we don't systematize work under the wrong question. Thank you so much. So with that being said, we have 3 presenters on the context setting around lessons learned in mainstreaming agroecology in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, starting with Sairagul from Kaflu, Kyrgyzstan. I'm sorry. So yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants. My name is Sairagul. I am from Kyrgyzstan, and I work with the Kaflu, where I responsible for coordinating forestry work with forest users, and I'm also doing farming. Kaflu means Kyrgyz Association of Forest and Land Users. It was established in 2010 and composed of 141 forest users and the land users group. It was established as means to protect the rights and interests of forest and the land users group. Now I will share with you about our recent experience in implementing agroforestry and how it allowed our members to use land efficiently and to make agriculture more sustainable. First slide, as the arrow shows, Kyrgyzstan is a small country, and Kyrgyzstan is located in the northeast of Siberia, and it is landlocked. It is mountainous country. About 94% of Kyrgyzstan is mountains, and above half of the areas is above 1,500 meters above the sea level. And more than 16% population lives in rural areas. The main activity of rural area population is agriculture and livestock. Kyrgyzstan has problem with the agricultural land degradation, and the forests cover only 5.6% of the land area, but more than 1 million people live inside the forest or near the forest areas. Next slide, maybe. This slide, what is agroforestry? I think you all know about it. And in Kyrgyzstan, we mainly apply 5 agroforestry methods. As a start, we have conducted a SWOT analysis and use the result as basic to develop the strategies. Following the analysis, Kaflu identified the main areas of work on the introduction and the development of agroforestry. They raise awareness among members through their training, seminars, publications, and the videos. provide assistance in selecting trees, integrating agriculture crops, and managing resources. CAFLU also provide farmers with fruit trees, seedings, agriculture seeds, and drip irrigation materials under the grant programs. Last one is participate in the participant development of strategies and the policies to support agroforestry. And they collaborate with NGOs, research organizations, and the international fund agroforestry initiatives. CAFLU organized a round table attended by CAFLU members, representatives of Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry Service, FAO, UNDP, NGOs, and independent experts. As a result of participatory development of the project concept focusing on the development of agroforestry in Kyrgyz Republic. The process was development of recommendation to implement agroforestry system. Recommendation was sent to the relevant government agencies. A letter of cooperation has been received from Ministry of Agriculture and the Forestry Service on the implementation and development of agroforestry in Kyrgyzstan. CAFLU implemented one of the 4 agroforestry methods. It is coastal buffer strips. For this, poplars were planted near the river itself to strengthen the banks and the sea bacteria to purify the water. Our scientists explain that the roots of sea bacteria contain fungi that help us purify the water. A little further from the river, fruit trees such as apple, apricot, palm were planted so that the local population could use the harvest from these trees. More than 500 farmers have been trained on agroforestry practices that aim to use land efficiently and diversity income source. Our members indicate that they use agroforestry methods for 3 reasons. First, they want to increase the diversity of products they grow. Second, they want to improve the economic stability. They want to improve the management of pasture. Farmers are implementing the LA method, agroforestry method, in which fruit trees are planted in rows and with agriculture crops between rows. For example, apricot, apple, walnut, strawberry, raspberry, potato, and the carrot. Now farmers have already harvested strawberries, raspberries, potatoes, and the carrots, which has provided them with a year's supply of this product. Work also carried out on processing and marketing agroforestry product. Ishkerkeji cooperative leases state forest land and use agroforestry methods to produce non-timber products, resulting to increase income through the export and the local market. Also, we amended the forest code of Kyrgyzstan to include the concept of agroforestry. Now, this allowed forest users on leased lands to confidently and legally apply agroforestry methods on state forest lands. Now they can collect not only wild walnuts, pistachios, or almonds. Now they can also collect medicinal herbs, mushrooms, and berries growing on these plots. Thank you. I have just one slide. Okay. Last slide is about lessons. What are the lessons we have learned over the years? First, a successful introduction of agroforestry requires a combination of technical, educational, and financial support, as well as the active participation of local communities. Training programs to promote the application of agroforestry practice are essential. large-scale introductions of agroforestry require support at the government policy level, including the creation of conditions for financing and the strategy development. The provision of seedlings, seeds, and irrigation system is an important element of successful implementation. Partnership between local communities, NGOs, government agents, and the business facilitators the dissemination of successful practice. Agroforestry requires long-term planning and ongoing monitoring to ensure sustainability and effectiveness. Research is needed to access of effectiveness of methods and identify best practice for different regions of Kyrgyzstan. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you so much. We hold the questions for later, but thank you. A huge round of applause again. It's no place to envy just before lunch. So thank you so much. The next speaker up is, and I lost this now, being very honest. It's on the slide. It's Babafemi, from the CEO from the Pan-African Farmers Organization. Welcome and applause as well for him.
Thank you very much. Just have 5 minutes to present my...
2 minutes. No.
Thank you very much. Yes. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this meeting for inviting Pan-African Farmers Organization to present agroecology practices in Africa. Before I do that, let me briefly present PAFO. Pan-African Farmers Organization, PAFO, is the continental voice of African farmers. So it's the continental voice of African farmers representing over 80 million farmers in Africa, and with a wide network of members in 5 regions and 73 countries and in 49 countries in Africa. So, and the mission is to really create a vibrant and prosperous sustainable African agriculture that ensures food security, sovereignty, and economic and cultural development, socio-economic and cultural development, and representing the interests of African farmers, promoting the development of African agriculture. This is the strategic focus of PAFO. We have 4 pillars. Strong PAFO, that is developing farmers organizations in Africa, making them to be strong, and farming as a business. We know that most of the small-scale farmers that we represent, they produce for subsistence, but we want to let them understand that they should do it as a business and also earn income from it. Managing farmer knowledge, there are so many practices and systems that work, and we want to really cross-fertilize those knowledge by managing those knowledge. And we want to influence decisions. We want to be at the table when decision-making are taking place. And the cross-cutting areas, women and youth, resilient farmers, climate change, and innovation for farmers. Yes, so when we talk of agroecology practices in Africa, we know that agroecology has been practiced in Africa for a long time, but it involves agroforestry, intercropping, which we have been mentioning, organic soil management, integrated pest management. When it comes to agroforestry, we see farmers manage the natural regenerative agriculture, at least restoring the degraded lands by protecting and pruning initiatives, and soil management and all other practices. Again, we see conservation agriculture, we see community seed banks, and these examples are in this paper, but because of time, I will not be able to mention them. Benefits, we see increased food security as a result of the practices. Climate resilience is also a benefit of agroecological practices in Africa. Economic empowerment, particularly for women, and also reduces the use of fertilizer, which keep money in the pocket of the farmers, and environmental protection also. What are the challenges? We have seen policy barriers, and we see many governments in Africa favor commercial production, commercial agriculture than small-scale agriculture. Limited market access, knowledge gaps, and corporate influence. Those commercial, industrial agriculture, they still have powerful influence on the government. And what are the lessons we can learn? Policy and institutional support is needed. Farmers-led innovations and traditional knowledge is very important and key. Oh, sorry. Okay. You know, when you are trying to manage time, it's not easy. So capacity building and education is very important. We see also as market access and value chains need to be strengthened, and financial and technical support is also limited, but very important. Climate resilience and environmental benefits are very evident. These are the lessons that okay, let me quickly. Yeah. So how what is the movement of agroecology in Africa? We have farmers organizations like PAFO partnering with the AFSA, African Food Sovereignty Alliance, to really advocate for agroecology. And the Organization of African Unity, African Union Commission also have a policy, a blueprint for ecological organic agriculture initiative. And it's also with some of the countries have started developing their agroecology policies. Senegal, Uganda, Mali, they have integrated agroecology. Into their national policies, and there is a growing movement to also adopt it at the national parliaments in Africa. So in short, when we look at the practice of agriculture in agroecology, it's increasingly recognized as a sustainable approach for farming in Africa. And we see that it enhances biodiversity, improves health, soil health, strengthens food security, and is rooted in the traditional African farming systems. And agroecology, it offers also a pathway towards a more sustainable, resilient food system. And finally, mainstreaming agroecology in Africa requires a holistic approach, aligning policies, empowering farmers, securing markets, and addressing financial barriers. So a shift in mindset is very important. That is from short-term productivity, but looking at the long-term sustainability of the practices is very important. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Babafemi. Again, a round of applause. More applause. More. Come on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Babafemi. So last but not least, Inola Mapp from the Regional Rural Dialect Latin America, Program of Latin America. So Inola, please.
This should be what? Good afternoon?
Yes. Good. Depending on which time zone you are now, but
in
yes.
my time zone, it will be good night.
Something like that, exactly.
Something like that. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am representing the Regional Rural Dialogue Program from Central America and the Dominican Republic. So it's 6 countries in Central America and 1 from the Caribbean. We will be addressing what is the agriculture opportunity and challenges and the lessons in Latin America. In reality, we want to be focused on 2 aspects, basically. And one has to do with the Niño phenomenon, which is a weather phenomenon that affects a challenge because either of drought or too much rain. And the other one has to do with the dry corridor of Central America. So what are some of the agriculture potential that we have? Central America has great agriculture potential, but as we said, El Niño is a weather phenomenon that affects sometimes the opportunity to improve and resiliency. So the technology and resources that can be used is to use the seeds. We know the period when the phenomenon will affect. So the farmers has to be ready to access different technology depending on the process and the time that El Niño occur. A ver. So we have some of the restriction in public spending. For the last period, the investment in public spending went from 3% to 1.5%. So the government is not investing much in the agricultural sector and more in the family farmers because the PDRR represent 17 family farmers organization in the area. So we have the impact on productivity. The 90% of the farmers use seeds without genetic base, do not fertilize their land, and their livestock's production is less than what should be or could be the amount that they can produce. The dry corridor is a challenge, as I said. So in the dry corridor, it goes from Guatemala directly to Costa Rica, and in Panama, it's in the southern part of Panama. And about 80% of the farmers that live in the dry corridor has problem with the production. So they need to use, so although we have the situation in the dry corridor, agroforestry is a farm to help reduce the risk. So what we have, agroecology can help with the adaptation, the capacity of our filter system to challenge the climate changes or the challenge that the climate changes do, and the diversifying of the crops. So we need to diversify the crops too for the importance of the water conservation. And scaling up. So lesson for the future, what we have. Agroecology requires change in policies. We have a lot of policies, but some of the policies are on papers. They are not implemented. Institutions, the institutions at government level need to be more involved. Research, in our group, there is not much research. It's more based on stories from farmers to farmers, but there is not like documented researches and how this is affecting or not, more on what FAO will have found. So learning from this, successful agriculture can influence around the world and can provide lessons to amplify the impact. So that will be the basis of the presentation, and thank you for your attention.
You? Okay.
To our colleague from PAFO, I have heard that in Africa, some farmers' organizations are really the ones who believe and promote agroecology. And then you have all these project-based interventions how do you see the role of farmer organizations specifically in helping shape the agenda around agroecology, and whether they like to do it with the official institutions or they like to do it without the official institutions?
We know in Africa, the government sector is still very strong. So there's nothing we can do without implicating the government, because they have to shape the policy and create the enabling environment for any agricultural parties to be able to have the impact. I don't know whether you are aware that in January, there was this CADEP Kampala Declaration. When we were doing the development, initially the farmers' organization were not involved. But when I got wind of it and I wrote to the African Commission that you cannot be doing CADEP without the farmers' organization. So they quickly involved us. And not only that they involved us, they even made us a member of the steering committee of the CADEP. But what happened was that we were trying to push agroecology as part of the declaration. But the African Union said agroecology is a very controversial issue, that they cannot accept the controversial issue to be included in the declaration. But we kept on pushing. Now we are at the stage that they said that they are going to put it as one of the indicators that will be developed for the implementation of the CADEP. So there's no way we can, as farmers organizations, as you rightly mentioned, farmers organizations are the one pushing for agroecology in Africa. And we want, because we have seen that it benefits our members. And because of that, we are pushing for it. And we are not be able to succeed in pushing it as a part of the declaration of the Kampala Declaration, but now it's accepted by the African Union, and they said they are going to make it part of the action plan and the indicators of the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Babafemi. Some other question?
So I have question to Central America. Yes, we work with CIRA to import coffee varieties from Nicaragua, from Costa Rica to Vietnam. And do you have agroecology, agroforestry in the coffee in this area or not?
They have like micro farms of coffee, and they do the agroecological activities here in Costa Rica. I know Panama does it. Although I'm here representing the 7 countries that I mentioned from Central America, I don't have the full knowledge of what's being done in the 7 countries. But in general, I know we are working on that. And the groups that I'm here representing are family farmers, basically. 17 organizations of family farmers from the region.
Okay, the last one, Fergus. Thank you, Inola.
No, this is just adding to answering Taudayan. With another hat, I'm an honorary professor at Cartier in Costa Rica, and have done a lot of work on the coffee and cocoa agroforestry systems throughout Central America, including trying to develop the Mesoamerican biological corridor by having more trees on farms, because it's farm tree cover that is really important for some of the biodiversity and conservation. So it's not just what you do in the protecting forest that matters, it's how much tree cover there is for migrating birds and various other things in that area. And actually getting the government in Costa Rica to change its very forward-looking policies on taxing fuel, petrol, to fund forest protection, to also include payments for farmers for environmental services, required collecting data, the research, to be able to show what the biodiversity value of different types of tree cover on farms was. So there's a lot going on in that in that area. Of course, when Vietnam went into coffee, that caused major problems for farmers in Latin America because the price of coffee on the world market came down. So it's quite, when we think about all of these interactions, there are synergies and trade-offs which are really quite interesting. But I was really enjoying that coffee from Lao, and there's some nice Vietnamese espresso out there. So very pleased that it's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Fergus. Okay, we run out of time. So give a round of applause to our presenters again. And let's go to lunch, please. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm holding you back. So we are half an hour over. I'm going to ask you to... So we should have been back here by our agenda at 2 o'clock. So that's in an hour from now. I also don't want to be too strict, but I was wanted to feel the temperature. So the restaurant anyway is only serving until 2 o'clock. So if you could come back after 2 o'clock, so between 2 and 2:15, and then for those that arrive on time, and gather in the circle of, I don't know, witchness, where nobody wants to be. There is a prize to win with a short exercise. This is Peruvian chocolate from my own farm. I do agroecology. Yes, an applause. I don't. It's not true. None of that is true, but it is Peruvian chocolate though. So be here back on time. If you participate, you have a chance to win. Yes? Okay. Thank you. Good. Okay, we have some people there as well. Okay, let's see. I'm stretching this a little bit because the more people there is, the more fun it will be. But okay. So, and then this person in the back. Come on. As we say in Peru. No seas malita. That's what we say in Peru. Okay. So this exercise does involve making a little bit of noise or more than noise. Yeah, are you up for that? Okay, who is familiar? Yeah, Bernard, right on time. Who is familiar with the exercise rock, paper, scissors? Yeah, because we have different cultures in some countries I've experienced, they don't know rock, paper, scissors. So again, who does not know how? That doesn't matter. Give me, who isn't familiar with rock, paper, scissors? There's no shame, exactly. Otherwise, we can't compete. Okay, so you're familiar with rock, paper, scissors? Come, let's show people how rock, paper, scissors work. Yeah, with me. But so it's going to be a little bit difficult. That's going to be a little bit difficult, right? So typically you do this, right? I cannot because I need to hold the mic. So we have, oh yeah, you can show them if you want as well. Okay. So we have to explain what beats what, right? So you have rock, paper, scissors. Now, scissors beat paper. Rock beat scissors, and paper beat rock. Exactly. Now, when we do this competition, you're gonna have 3 rounds. So they're gonna play 3 times. I'm sure that those that don't pay attention won't win this chocolate. You're gonna play 3 rounds, and 2 out of 3 wins. Okay, let's go. Yeah, that's one. 1-1. Let's see. Who won? Who won? You won, right? Okay. Now, the trick is, what's your name? Sorry. Chloe. Chloe won. And now you become her cheerleader. So you go behind her and you go, Chloe, Chloe. And if you don't know the name, you say, hey, hey, hey. That doesn't matter. Like, but you need to make a sound. Otherwise, you can't win ever. Yeah? Then you look for another person to pair up with to do another battle until we have two big groups making a lot of sound and there's one person that will win. Yeah. So to start off, you can go down. Yeah. Yeah. That's the only way of doing this. Let's try. You as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So form pairs. Form pairs. Form pairs. You need to start. We need to form pairs. Found your pair. But hold on. Hold on. Yeah. No. We have not started yet. We have not started. We have not started. We have not started. No, we have not started. No. We have not started. No. We have not started. No. Can somebody help me? Can somebody help me? Guys, stop. Can somebody stop them? They're like unstoppable. Stop. We have not started. So, yes. So hold on. Fergus and we have not started. Yeah. No. It's about this. Active listening. I'm gonna ask the people in the back to come to the witch haunted place. Don't stand in the back. You can't participate. Yes? No, the two of you. Come here. Don't stand in those things. Okay. Let's follow the instructions. Don't start. Do not start. That's that. Okay. The first instruction is don't start. Don't do anything until I say form a pair. Yeah, and come up a little bit here. Come with your pair. Don't worry. Why? I've never experienced this. Okay. Does everybody have a pair? Don't start. Everybody has a pair? Okay, so you know what to do. Who wins, who loses becomes the cheerleader of the other, and you cheer on, yes? You say, hey, or whatever, yeah, the name. Okay, start. Who won? Yes. Yeah, you cheer him up. Cheer. Look for someone else. Look for someone else. Look. Oh. So who won? You won? Yeah, no, just do it. No. Who won? Okay, you become the cheerleader. You rehearse. Who won? You're a student. Who won? No, this doesn't work. Who won here? Okay, cheer him on. Hey. Cheer him on. Hey. What? Speed one. No, we have. Cheer up! Hey. No, but this is fun. Look. Who won? I don't know what's happening. So is this the end? I'm confused. Vamos. Let's go. Who won? Oh, it's nobody won? Okay, last round. Come on. What kind of round? Go. It's your prize. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Hey. So, okay, good. I trust you're all awake now. I have to say, so if everybody could find their seats. If everybody could just find their seats, thank you. Because now it's serious business. Please, could everybody find their seats? Everybody, could you please find your seats? Thank you. Okay. So, yes, I know. After this exercise, it's always hard to get attention back. I have to say, you're the most scandalous group I've ever worked with, admittedly. But before we move into JonJon's presentation, or statement, better said, we just wanted to, again, mention or remind you all of our nursery. So the nursery is this space where ideas can take root for fruitful discussions, because at the end of the day, we have this open space still. So we have some ideas up there. In a bit, we'll be taking a better look at that. But again, what can go up there? It can be a project or innovation you'd like to share, a topic that emerged during the day that you'd like to explore further, a challenge you'd like to peer support on. Maybe you face a challenge and you like to hear from the group or some people, okay, how have you dealt with that? Or have you dealt with that? A solution, approach, or model that has worked well and could be adapted elsewhere, or other things. The important thing is that you need to label it, right? You need to own it, like you're the advocate for that topic. If you just put a topic on there without a name, it's just a topic. right? We wouldn't know who it is. We did, however, this hasn't been fully confirmed, but I just wanted to put it out there and then see what happens. But what we have so far, yesterday we heard some coffee tasting from Laos. I'm not sure if this actually has happened because we just basically live inside, we never go out. So I'm not sure if that's still on the table and who exactly that was. Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure if after there's be more, but we'll see. Okay, we'll see. And then there was also a video on broader, land races brought up to share. So that's something we can also do show here, I guess, Fabio, right? So if people are interested, it's like a 7 to 10 minute video. You can stay during the open space here to watch that video. And again, if there's other topics you want to put on there and you want to pull in people and have a conversation at the table about something, but put your name on that paper, please. Otherwise, we don't know what to do with it. Okay? Just as a reminder. Not sure if anybody else wants to add to that, but otherwise we're fine. And with that said, we have from the Farmers Organization statement on priority areas for agroecological research from JonJon Sarmiento. And JonJon, I ask you to come up. Please, give him an applause, please.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to read the statement of different farmers' organizations in this TPP Annual Members Forum. On behalf of the farmers' organization, namely AFA, PAPO, PDRR, Masipag, and this annual membership forum, I would like to read our recommendations. Family farmers are not just food producers, but we are knowledge producers and solution providers. Our organizations and cooperative are our platforms and collective actions and capacity development, enabling us to contribute to local economy and sustainable rural development. It's also our vehicle to participate in decision-making processes and contribute to transforming food system through agroecology and sustainable resource management. It has already been said that smallholder farmers in Asia are crucial role in providing diverse food options for the region. Yet, we face numerous challenges. In light of climate change, we all agree and we already know that business as usual approach is no longer viable. To sustain diverse food production while restoring degraded natural resources and mitigating climate change, farmers need to adapt locally through agroecology. These processes require sustained collaboration among farmers, researchers, extension workers, and continuous policy dialogue. Additionally, consumers must be educated about food production and methods to boost the demand for agroecology-produced food. As network of farmers, we have organized discussions and consultation that allowed us to identify possible research areas and themes and formulate research questions. This will serve as basis of collaborative and participatory research and innovation. As expressed yesterday, UN declared 2026 as Year of a Woman Farmer and a year for rangelands and pastoralists. As a platform, TPP or TPP members can contribute highlighting the work of women farmers in upholding and how they are bringing to life the agroecology principle as well as challenges faced of women farmers. Similarly, it would be useful to highlight how agroecology support rangeland and pastoralists. Some of the research questions that emerged include: what are the agroecological approaches, including production and practices, but not limited to production, that will enable small-scale farmers adapt to climate change faster? Number 2, what are the strategies and business models to ensure sustainability of agroecological practices? What are the mechanisms and services that the farmers' organization, cooperative, and local organization. The consultation done in line with the TPP 1 Million Voice Initiative, climate change impact, small-scale farmers and their adoption emerged as highly prioritized are because it's closest to farmers. Farmers' livelihood is at stake, so adoption through agroecology can be an overarching aim for farmers and their organization. Possible areas for research include the identification and further promotion of climate-resilient agroecological practices and the village of local level scale, farm level assessment that can be used by farmers' organization, and identification of climate change manifestation, which can be done through observation and measurement, changing weather patterns, precipitation rate, leading to the development of intervention. Another idea is testing and selecting varieties and assessing measuring sustainability to local conditions. The collection and analysis of information can be translated into the development of interventions and programs. From 2021 to 2023, AFA and the Pacific Island Farmers Organization Network and other partners participated in the perception survey regarding traditional and neglected underutilized food crops. We have conducted our own survey and translated the analysis to farmers' declaration. This was further translated to local language, and we are used by National Farmers Organization to engage with government agencies. One of the proposed actions include participatory development of solution or innovation to address challenges related to quality seed production, cultivation, processing, and marketing, packaging of traditional varieties and selected underutilized crop species, like roots and tuber crops, leafy but nutritious vegetable, to entice consumer and increase their market value. New methods and technology on all aspects to be researched on the forgotten crops. Moreover, it is important to develop technologies that are appropriate and woman-friendly. One example is a small machineries for processing small grains like millets and indigenous crops. Processing machineries for millets can save a lot of women's time and lessen the drudgery. Community-based storage facilities at village level are also much needed. Additionally, these are the areas that some national farmers organizations would like to explore further with research institute and participatory manner. The community-level approach to transformation, option to transform large-scale monocrop using agroecology models, especially in cassava, maize, and sugarcane. Alternative to reduce burning and farming. Sustainable coffee-based system and the different contexts. Regarding challenges of participatory action research and community-based participatory, while we advocate for participatory action research and community-based participatory research, it is important to design them with the farmer groups to be able to address possible challenges. Experience of Lao Farmers Association showed that main challenges in conducting community-based participatory research and learning that requires field testing and trial was convening farmers because sometimes it is scheduled during the same time as planting and harvesting time. One of the solutions employed was identifying the most appropriate time. For the example, full moon date when everyone go back to home and don't work for a long period during the day or early morning or evening for meetings. There were also instances where, where farmers hesitated to test and employ new practices in their own field because the losses experienced by the other farmers. Thus, it is important to integrate ways to compensate losses incurred by farmers, or that a trial can be done in a small scale initially before applied to the entire field. This lack of interest among youth to join participatory research and learning activities that should be programmed and designed especially to attract youth to participate to innovation development and creation of enterprise out of learning from research activities. For example, seed business. We recognize the openness of TPP to promote as co-creation an important principle to connect many of the agroecology principles. To TPP partners, research institutions, government and policymaking agencies, NGOs, and other network or platforms, we call on you to help us secure our rights and control over natural resources, especially land, waters, forests, as we need those resources to invest long-term in diversifying our farms and make them more climate resilient. To researcher, collaborate with us and our organization in developing solutions to address challenges. Conduct your experiment, research, and innovation in a participatory manner with an equal participation of family farmers through their organization and the research agenda. Design the formulation, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of research using an in situ approach as much as possible. Translate research outputs to stimulate demand for agroecology produced food from consumers and wider public, and turn support the marketing of our product. Include representative of farmers, family farmers organization, and our cooperative in the governance structure of research program. Invest in smallholder farmers in our organization so we can be empowered to govern, manage, and sustain our enterprises and services to our member to sustain agroecological approaches at the farm level. We believe with a strong, cohesive, multi-stakeholder partnership with family farmers, we can effectively support the scaling up of agroecology, build climate resilience of millions of small-scale women, men, and young farmers, and collectively contribute to sustainable food system transformation and at the local and country level, while also contributing to sustainable development goals. Thank you for this opportunity to share our recommendation. Thank you very much.
Yes, there it is. So a copy of the statement to get. We don't, but yes, but we can coordinate and then let you know. Thank you. Any other immediate questions, remarks? No one? If not, sure, I'm always holding up because there's always a question there, but then people hesitate to speak. For sure, because otherwise we're going to give him another huge round of applause and move on. Okay. Thank you so much, JonJon. Thank you so for taking the effort. With that, hold on. So much movement with rock, paper, scissors that do we have the oh yeah, there it is. So next up, our session on the agenda is agroecology and climate resilience, evidence, experience, and reflections. So here first, we'll have a few opening words from Fergus, then a presentation from Imelda Bacudo, to then move into an exercise on something that Fergus will further explain as well. So with that said, and without further ado, are you looking for Imelda? Where is? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I also was looking for her. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I'll hand over the microphone then to you, Fergus, first.
Yeah. So the critical, who wants more discussion? Who wants more participatory stuff? No, you've had enough. You've had enough. Who wants 100 people to write a position paper with all of your views included? Okay, so this session is about your perspectives on climate resilience, your experiences, and we want to make sure that what the TPP produces is what you want, reflects the state of where we are, including some of the priorities that JonJon just said about what we still need to find out and think about. But we want to stimulate by giving first a presentation by Imelda, except we don't call you that, do we? We call you Dada Bacudo from the Asian Climate Resilience Network. I think you probably all know her better than I do. So off you go, Dada.
So Fergus only gave me 10 minutes. So, and there's a lot of trouble with my graphs. So very quickly, I am going to talk about climate resilience in agroecology. So we all know that there is food undernourishment. According to latest data, there is around 735 million people who are experiencing undernourishment, most of them in Asia, followed by Africa. And And we all know, you are all experts in this room. That's why we're going to have to get their experiences later, that the drivers of food insecurity, the main drivers of food insecurity is the impacts of climate change. Of course, there are other drivers, but the main drivers really that we're experiencing right now is the impact of climate change. And because of that, the global community, if you remember, in 2019, came together to address the climate change issue through the Paris Agreement. And everyone knows what the Paris Agreement is all about, correct? How much degree do we need to maintain? Okay, so the ambitious target is 1.5 degrees, lower than the industrial standard. And how do we keep track of all our contributions to this climate goal? It's through what we call the national determined contribution. This is the key mechanism for joint ambition setting. Nationally determined because it's the countries who are saying that this is how we're going to contribute to 1.5 degrees ambition. And FAO did, it looks convoluted, but FAO just did an analysis of submitted NDCs, nationally determined contributions. And this is NDC 2.0 because many countries are yet to submit NDC 3.0 at the end of the year or during COP. So what did we find out? You know, hazards that drive adaptation responses are floods, drought, land degradation, extreme weather events, sea level rises. They happen in the ecosystem and farm level. So you would see the really valuable role of agroecology as an approach. And you could see at the lower part, how broad is these adaptation measures in the agri-food system. You could see adaptation measures mentioned by countries as contributing to these climate pledges coming from the crop sector, the livestock sector, the forestry sector, from the agri-food sector. From the ecosystems, there's terrestrial, freshwater, oceans, and the water sector are also contributing to lowering, to adaptive measures. And in the human systems, they're also contributing. Some countries have also mentioned measures, adaptive measures within their NDCs. Adaptation, it's not just adaptation, but we're also finding that mitigation measures in the AFOLU sector, in agriculture and land use sector, is also on the rise. Perhaps this is because of the recognition that 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the agriculture sector. Some examples of mitigation actions in AFOLU, which I believe are very much familiar to many of you in the field. Within the crop and cropland systems. Many of the countries worldwide that we studied looked at crop nutrient, tillage management, crop management, agroforestry and tree crops, rice management, water management in croplands as approaches to lower emissions. And I'm sure for CIFOR-ICRAF in the room, from CIRAD, from many of the researchers, these are all familiar approaches. Within the forestry systems, many of the countries in their NDCs mentioned the reduction of forest fires, improvement of forest management, afforestation, reduction of deforestation and degradation. Livestock, for me, this is very exciting for me. There's manure management, livestock feed management, livestock breeding and husbandry, grassland vegetation management, agro or silvopastoralism, which I believe some of the suggestions yesterday were saying in the domain include pastoralism. So here, oops. My computer and the thing is not. So for me here, I could really see that the AFOLUS, there is so much alignment with agroecology and climate smart, climate resilient approaches. There's diverse cropping systems, which builds resilience to extreme weather, soil conservation techniques, such as cover crops, composting, minimal tillage, which improves water retention, reduces drought impacts. The use of traditional and local knowledge are also mentioned in the NDCs as part of their adaptation measures. In reduction of carbon, there is organic soil management for increased carbon sequestration, agroforestry, reduce synthetic fertilizers or integrated pest management, low emissions feed to livestock. I believe in Vietnam, for example, there's now pilots on the feeding of cashew nut husk to reduce methane emissions in livestock. There's also the use in Vietnam as well on seaweed feed, low emissions feed to livestock that lowers emissions. So, there's really an alignment and there's a lot of opportunities, even if I know politically in the past, mitigation is not seen as a responsibility of the farming sector, but there are a lot of opportunities that are really coming out now. In fact, the next one, alternate wetting and drying, is really one of the measures that's being promoted, with Vietnam leading it, Thailand, Philippines, Cambodia also doing alternate wetting and drying, with opportunities even attached to carbon markets or rice green bonds. There's biodigesters, biomass, reduction of post-harvest waste with these opportunities. And in alignment with the ASEAN initiatives, I wanted to mention the work of the ASEAN Climate Resilience Network, which just celebrated 10 years of its anniversary in Chiang Mai. I would like to mention the presence of Dr. Margaret Yuvatana, who's been founding this wonderful network that has really promoted a very engaging, fun knowledge exchange event on all the approaches, on many of the approaches that I mentioned. And there's also within the alignment of agroecological approaches and climate smart and climate resilient agriculture, ASEAN has produced so many guidelines. And I could say that they're not just being produced, they're being implemented. There's also the mention of the ASEAN guidelines for agroecology. It would really be very nice to move forward and see how these guidelines, together with the agroecology guideline, can move forward together. And there's the ASEAN Rural Development Master Plan with 2022-2026 that's also had support from so many stakeholders. And as I speak, there's a new ASEAN agriculture vision that's being created in the next 10 years, 2026 to 2036. So it would be wonderful for the work of this group, the TPP, to feed into these ASEAN processes, especially with the new ASEAN vision in the next 2026-2036 that's being formulated right now with this task force. Lastly, I wanted to mention that as we move within the climate space, there are many requirements for the countries. As I mentioned, the National Determined Contribution 3.0, the third reincarnation of the NDCs, has to be submitted before COP in November. And countries are really rushing and really putting all these together. And in this last workshop just 3 weeks ago in Bangkok, agroecology principles were very much mentioned as elements that need to contribute to the climate ambition. I really want to mention that agroecology principles, many of the practices are now being considered in the NDCs that's going to be submitted. There's also the UNFSS +4, the UN Food System Summit, which also recognize the role of the agroecology approaches. And in COP30, we hope that many of the discussions, the formal negotiated items, which are many under UNFCCC, this is my last slide. I'm a professional workshopper. We'll also get the principles of the agroecology, especially the 13 principles somewhere over there. And we hope that the negotiators for agriculture will carry these principles. So with that, that's my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dada. I think your work is really cut out. Which button do we press? Very good. So this is an article just appeared in Climate News. And you can see that not everybody thinks that food systems are going to have the prominence that they should in COP30 when we look at what's happening in relation to the agenda, despite it being in Brazil, where you've had some of the most exciting agroecology developments in the past. So, Dada, I think you've got your work cut out for you there. Okay. How does this work? Ah, the middle one. Got it. Okay. So you really have to listen to these next few slides, because you're going to be critiquing these things and deciding whether they're what you want or you don't want, how they should be changed, what we should be looking at in developing a position paper on agroecology and resilience, particularly in Southeast Asia. So the first thing is, what are we meaning by resilience? And if we are clear from a systems theory point of view, it's not just being able to recover from a shock or a stress. It's actually being able to keep the core identity and function of a system. Your system may be a farm, it may be a landscape, whatever it is. It's a question of whether it can manage and maintain itself during stresses and shocks to a system. So how sensitive is it? How adaptive is it in the face of change? Now, you might have other ways of wanting to express resilience, and we want to hear that in the participatory session following. What are you concerned that you need resilience in respect to? Is it just climate change, floods, droughts, higher temperatures, the things that Dada has just gone through? Or are we equally concerned about economic forces, price fluctuations, access to inputs? Are we concerned with social and political forces, conflict, regulations, policy changes? These are all things which may be affecting the resilience at different levels. Or what about health? COVID was a massive impact on resilience of many, or showed us how resilient different systems were. And maybe there are other things that you think are important. And we want you to think about resilience in relation to 4 levels. How many of you are familiar with the ASEAN guidelines on agroecological transitions and on particularly area number 6 on research? Anybody familiar? Ooh, people need to be reading their ASEAN guidelines because we're not going to be able to follow them if we don't know what they are. How many levels do we have in the ASEAN guidelines? Scale levels? No. You have 3. You have 6.3 is the farm level, 6.4 is the landscape level, 6.5 is the food system level. But I'm wanting to distinguish a field level below the level of the farm. And the reason for that is that a lot of the time, the discourse about agroecology is about practices, about mulching, about intercropping, about agroforestry. And that's not necessarily taking a whole farm approach. It's looking at specific practices. So let's be clear about what we mean about those levels. So the field level is farmers' fields, forest plots, fish ponds, any other individual production area in which agroecological practices are used. And that, as I've said, is often what we're talking about, is specific practices. A practice is a set of components managed for a specific purpose. So mulching is crops, soil, animals, trees, to protect plants and soil, conserve moisture, and suppress weeds. But of course, we can combine different practices together. So conservation agriculture, you've got soil cover, minimum tillage, and crop rotation, all bound together as a sort of hybrid practice. And quite often, the words that we use for practices are collective words. So agroforestry, what do we mean by agroforestry? Well, integration of trees on farms, but which species with what crops and what livestock? There's a huge diversity of practices that we might give a single name to. So the degree of specificity becomes quite important when we're having this dialogue. And when you're putting your information on these feedback sheets, please try to be specific so we know what it is that you're referring to. Strategies at a farm level. Well, Dada actually went into these quite a bit. Diversifying crops, water management, soil management, integrated pest management, livestock management, maybe others. So what about the farm level? And you notice I've done farm stroke livelihood. And the reason for that is that farms are generally managed by households, families, and it's not only the agriculture that may be important for the livelihood. People may be selling things, they may be processing things, they may be doing off-farm labor. There may be other things that contribute to the resilience of the livelihood. And if we're going to understand how agriculture is going to change, we need to know its linkages to those other livelihood components. So that's the distinction between the field level and this farm or household level where we've got those other dimensions coming in and we're interested in the whole livelihood. And again, oh, is this the same list? No, it's not diversify crops, it's now diversification. We're looking at diversification of enterprises. How many products are you producing across the whole farm system? Integration. How integrated are livestock crops and other things in the farm? Have we got rice, fish culture, and so on and so forth, as we saw with those wonderful fish ponds yesterday? collective action, water management again, and livestock management coming back in. But obviously, when we're at a farm level, then we're looking at different strategies in terms of managing water across the farm and livestock in relation to quite often confining movement. What about the landscape stroke community level? And that's important again, because the landscape is a geographical land area. The community is representing the people within it and their social capital. To what extent can they collectively operate across the landscape? How much are they able to make collective decisions? So we've got a geographically delineated area with many different individual management units, and they can be defined in quite a lot of different ways, and they're often quite different in size. So we could be looking at watersheds or habitat types or administrative units, a village of some sort or a group of villages. Now, often those boundaries, the boundaries around a habitat network, are often not the same as the boundaries of a watershed. So quite often you're going to need to take more than one boundary into account if you're going to understand what are the options in a particular place. So be careful about how landscapes are identified. But this typical local landscape scale, which is usually between 10 and 1,000 square kilometers, that's often the missing middle, where we don't have either the social capital or the policy structures to be able to manage the ecosystem services that are manifest at that scale. Things like water regulation, pollination, biodiversity conservation. These things all interact with each other, and the changes that you make to land use are going to impact these ecosystem services differently. And managing the trade-offs and synergies becomes then a negotiation process at that landscape community scale. And very importantly, if we can generate value through payments for ecosystem services, for example, at a landscape scale, then that may change the economics at the field level and the farm level. So if you've got a water fund that is paying farmers to maintain contour hedgerows in the landscape, then that changes how attractive it is for farmers to adopt contour hedgerows. So there's interactions across these scales. What are the sorts of strategies for resilience at that landscape scales? Obviously, you need some way of getting stakeholders together across the landscape. Payments for ecosystem services. Value chain upgrading, markets, processing products, adding value so that there's more value being retained locally. And again, you may have others. And then we've got the whole food system scale. What do we mean by a food system? Well, we're talking about everything from production through to consumption. Well, even before production, because the input supplies that are required in order for production to happen. So all the processes, infrastructure involved in feeding a population, growing, harvesting, storing, processing, packaging, transporting, marketing, consumption, distribution, and disposal of food and food-related items. So it's not just farm to fork, it's what you flush down the toilet as well that is going to matter in terms of the whole food system. And this thing about thinking about a population, what is the food system related to a population? That's a good way of breaking through complexity to be able to see things. And that's where the word foodscape comes from. So we can define the foodscape for a given population, the people who live in a district, the people who live in a particular landscape. And we can start then drawing a boundary. But that boundary will almost certainly involve import and export of certain things related to the food system. So it's not a closed system, it's an open system. And those imports and exports and their nature and character is going to be part of what determines the resilience of food security in that system. So we need to take those aspects into account, which is why the input reduction principle in agroecology is much more than just what happens on the farm, but also what happens to food security at higher levels. And again, we can be quite clear that the food systems at a national level very heavily influenced by national regulations and policies, the behavior of consumers, of food retail corporations, and input suppliers. So we're looking at how that landscape of actors operate together and are regulated and cooperate or don't cooperate with each other. Strategies at this level? Well, the potential ones that we've been looking at are interministerial processes. I just came from Cambodia, where CASIC is a body that is bringing together a number of different ministries in the country in order to address food system issues. Inclusive digital information systems. But we need to be very careful there. Are they centralized and imposing things on farmers, or are they working bottom up and supporting farmers in developing their systems, providing information, exchanging knowledge? Reconfiguring research, education, and rural advisory services to enable the sort of co-creation, transdisciplinary work that we've been talking about. If all of your researchers are operating separately from your extension staff and they're not connected to farmers, then we're not going to achieve that transdisciplinarity. And we need the skills, the incentives for people to operate in those ways, to cooperate, to work together, if it's actually going to happen in practice. Foster greater connectivity between producers and consumers. To what extent can consumers actually effectively show preferences for more equitably and sustainably produced food? Reduction of food loss and waste that Dada mentioned. Critically important when a third of the food that is produced is lost or wasted. So there's no point in agroecologically intensifying if you're losing a third of it in the process. And then developing mechanisms to address market failures. So at the moment, we are paying people to pollute a lot of the time, or subsidizing people who are polluting, and not rewarding farmers or others who are using land who are providing public goods in terms of clean water or biodiversity conservation. So things like carbon credits, biodiversity credits, payments for clean water. These are mechanisms that can result in people being rewarded for the behavior that society as a whole wants to see in order to have sustainable food systems. So, it's over to you now. And what we've done is set up different, those 4 different levels: field, farm, landscape, and food system. So the first thing you need to be thinking to yourself is, what level do I want to discuss? Field, farm, landscape, or food system? Chuck, can you just show people where the different levels are. There's one here.
We did a similar approach as we did this morning. So this is farm. The one next to it is farm as well. That should be field, right? Field. Then there is another field. Oh yeah, these two are fields, sorry, yes. Food system. Landscape, landscape, food system, food system.
So it's landscape on this side, food system on the back on that side, field on the back on that side, and farm down here. So you're going to move in a minute, not right now, but in a second, you're going to move to where you feel you want to be. If we find things are too uneven, then we might try to persuade a few people to move around. You have a feedback sheet, which is up there. You've got a sheet with the definitions that I went through of resilience and of the level that you're working at. And then what we're going to be asking is your opinions, your ideas, examples from your experience related to these aspects. So in relation to the definition of resilience, what do you think should be removed? What do you think should be modified? What do you think should be added? Yeah. In relation to scoring of the different resilience strategies, and be careful because the scoring in the first score is different from the scoring in the second case. In the first case, we want to know what is 0, what is not important, right? If you don't think economic forces are important, then we put a 0. If they're important but should not be included in this exercise, in the position paper that we want to produce on resilience now here as part of the TPP, then it's 1. So you're saying it's important, but you don't think that we should be looking at it right now. And then you give it a 2 if it's important and we should include it, okay? So you decide, folks. You're deciding what goes in and what goes out. You've then got the statement of this definition of these different levels. And that's really important because we need these to be robust if we're going to be able to work with them. So if you don't like them, this is your chance to say what should be removed from them, what should be modified, and what should be added. And then finally, the scoring in relation to the different strategies is from 0 to 10, okay? So it's a different scoring system altogether. 0 is that something is not relevant. 5 says it's of some relevance, and 10 is that it's highly relevant. And you can be anywhere between the 0 and the 10. So please remember those different scorings. And then again, in relation to the different strategies, you've got an opportunity to look at what should be added, and particularly to give us examples of where a strategy in these categories is working for you. Yeah. What we're really wanting is to see where can we get good exemplars from. And what's really critical is if you want to be part of the process going forward, then please make sure that you've put your name in relation to the example that you're putting in so that we can contact you and work with you to get the details and so on going forwards. Okay, everybody is looking like this is far too hard work. Why is this man getting us to do his job? Well, it's because I retired. I'm now Professor Emeritus. So that means I don't have to do anything anymore. And it's really important that you do it instead of me.
So I hope you're going to enjoy it. Jack, I don't know whether you want to organize people to get them into the groups, and you'll need to make sure that one of you in each group sort of make sure that the process keeps going and gets the feedback onto the feedback sheets.
Yeah, sorry. You have questions? Who has questions?
Thank you. Fergus, look, I understand what you're trying to do, and I agree with it. I really would like to have some clarification to do a better job. And this is the question. You are basing your idea of the of this idea. You're basing it on the concept of resilience. So, are you assuming that the resilience at the food systems level will guarantee the function and instruction of the landscape? That's what I think you're assuming. Because I have trouble in having the food system as a blah, blah. Okay,
No, we're not. No, what we're doing is we're looking at resilience at different levels. So you can look at the resilience of just a field level. You could have a resilient field in a non-resilient landscape, right? You can have a resilient landscape in a non-resilient food system. Yep. Yeah, exactly. But what we're looking at is what contributes to resilience at a field scale, what contributes, and it's up to you. And if you disagree with it, then put that down on the paper and say you should approach this differently. You can do that, and you can say, I think what you should do is have a different framework. That's what we want. It's up to you. Yeah, we're not, obviously, we're giving you some structure so that there's something for you to react to. But if you think it should be structured differently, then just say so and put it down, but put your name on it so that we can follow it up.
Okay, thank you, Fergus. Before Bernard asks his question, I would like to, because I see some people already started, and I love the passion, but it might be good just to make sure that we all on the same page when it comes to clarifying questions. So Bernard, please.
They're discussing something else. Once we are in a group, we might not agree on the scoring. Do you want us to reflect this diversity, or you prefer the group to come up with some kind of consensus of average?
Actually, I think you can do it with whatever the group feels is appropriate. If you want to give a range, give a range. If you want to try to agree and come to consensus, where's Michael? Or has he disappeared?
Michael is in the back.
Michael there. So Michael would say it's good to come up with a shared vision, right? Yeah. So,
and you disagree with it?
Well, I disagreed with him. So I'm happy for a range. It's up to you. It's up to you. But just providing it's clear what it is you put down. So if it's a range, then just tell us. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, Bernard and Francisco, for the clarifying questions. Just so everybody, when it comes to systematizing the work as well, so you'll see that the worksheets, although they are large, they don't have that much space to write in each field. So what we've done, in case it's necessary, there is this paper next to it. So if you want to write what should be removed from the list in relation to climate change and you don't have the space, put a, I don't know, like a reference number in here and then write it there. And please write in clear letters, because again, anything we can't read doesn't exist, right? Like we can't just second guess what people have been writing. You can either just write straight on the paper or use sticky notes. And as Fergus mentioned, write on your name there as well, in case later on he or his team wants to get in contact with you.
Only write your name if you want us to contact you. So if you want to contribute and you want to continue to contribute, then that's when you need to put your name. But great. Super.
Yes, so move to your groups. They're the same tables basically as this morning. So this group here is landscape, food system.
People at the back, farm over here.
Please try to form equally sized groups. And the rest is up to you. I can't carry you over to any space.
Yes. I think the exercise is useful to help us contribute in developing the paper, and also for us to better understand like how resilience is defined, the dimensions.
And are you changing anything significant?
No, we're adding actually. Yeah, we're adding. For example, at the farm level, we thought that the discussion of control over resources also affects what happens at the farm.
Okay, fantastic. Let's keep going around. Yeah, let's ask this gentleman.
We felt that, field, farm level, they're all integral, landscape. You can't separate one from another, right?
You need to get together with Francisco. That's his view too. Now that's a really interesting point. Any other reactions? What did you think?
Well, I think the question of was it useful, only time will tell, right? Will it be used? So we had some interesting discussion. I think we did question some of the things. Why is there a landscape definition of between 10 and 1,000 hectares? Why are we calling not on?
No, it's on, but you need to talk it.
Not close enough. Yeah, and we nitpicked the terms that were being used. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. But Estelle is not allowed to contribute because she was talking and not taking part in the.
No, I just still keep the word of Cohen. She's already, Cohen is already out, right? He said everything is very important. It's very important. What we need is the resources.
Yes. No, I've noticed that that's quite a common refrain. Oh, Lisa.
Yes, brief one. Process reflection. I find it really interesting when we have these co-design exercises that in the beginning you gave a presentation. I was like, yes, this is amazing. Sounds really good. As soon as we're in the group and asked to reflect, we find a lot of things that can be improved. And I think that this is something for all of us, especially all of us who are in scientific production. It's really important to find and define and provide these spaces where we can invite feedback so that we don't write stuff and then someone will read it and say, but yeah, could have been improved. And I'm wondering whether the TPP might be interested in providing such a space where someone is writing something and we ask whether someone is interested in providing feedback.
I think that my co-convener is suffering from serious jet lag. Yeah, no, in fact, that takes me really neatly on, Lisa, to what should we do next? And, you were saying, is this useful? Well, we'll see, Well, so the question is, how do you want to be involved as we go forward? Now, if you've put your names anywhere on the elements here, we will follow up with the points that you've made. We're particularly keen on getting examples of resilience strategies that are actually working. I mean, that's something we really want to get, and we're hoping that some of you will have got, as well as the priorities like JonJon was talking about straight after lunch, of where do we need more knowledge, where are we lacking, and where should our priorities be in terms of new project work. Now, the other thing that we noticed is that as we were going through, you seem to be getting more into the exercise as time went on, and that there probably wasn't enough time for you to finish it. So what we are going to do is to send you all later today the files, the same files that you've been working with, the feedback file and the definition files. So if there's anything that you didn't get a chance to put down, but that you still want to contribute to us, just fill it in on the file that you get sent, and send it back to. Do we have an email for the conference? Okay, so we'll put that in the email that we send you with the stuff. We'll tell you the email to send it back. And so please feel free to do that. Now, if we periodically, so if we synthesize what we've got from you, follow up with those of you who've put your names in. If we periodically put up a draft of what we're producing, how many of you would be interested in looking at that and potentially commenting on it? Okay. So that's worth doing then. So we will do that, and we'll use an e-consultation format. We did that when we were looking at the revision of the agroecological principles in relation to water and aquatic foods. So we'll put up a draft, and we'll say, look, for 2 weeks or a month or whatever, please give us comments on what we've got, and then we'll try to incorporate that feedback. So we really will produce a position paper with 100 authors. Fantastic.
Yes, Fergus? Good.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Fergus. An applause for Fergus, of course. That's wonderful facilitation. Thank you for all your contributions. That doesn't mean that the day is over, but I'm still thanking you. We actually have our health break now. Before we go to health break, I wanted to ask a few people to stay behind, as always. So I wanted to ask Michael, Chloe, Juan, and Vichy, sorry if I'm not pronouncing that well, stay behind. And that is because on our nursery, you can't see now because it's covered with 200 whiteboards, but there is some IDs behind those. There's also some IDs there that don't have a name, so I can't call upon you. But if you think you have a topic you want to discuss during the open space, and I haven't mentioned your name, stay behind now. It's now or never. So those 4 people are involved in the open space later on today. Again, if you think, oh, but I also left something on there, but I didn't put my name, stay behind as well. If not, then you're free to take a 20-minute health break, and then we see you back after that. Okay? And the unhealthy break as well. The seat back. Okay, so if we could go, I can do that, to the next slide. So we have, this is the moment you've all been waiting for, the field trip briefing. I know nobody's looking forward to the field trip, prefers to be here tomorrow, another day of writing on sticky notes. Nothing better, but unfortunately tomorrow you have a field trip. So without further ado, I'm gonna hand this over to Tan. Where is Tan? So here, there you are. To give an introduction, and then we have a few words also from Bernard.
Thank you very much, Jack. My apologies for my voice. I have had a cold over the last few days, and it's much better today, but still. Before I go into the introduction of the field visit, can I ask, how many of you notice that there's a field guide in the handouts? Not many. Thank you so much. Okay. Of those who have raised their hand, how many have gone through it? Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm not going to preempt the reading, so I'm not going to walk you through the whole notes. So it's your task to do the reading tonight. I will call you 12 a.m. tomorrow and check whether you have read them. No, I was kidding. I would be deep sleep by then. What I'm going to walk you through now is to appetize you of what is going to happen tomorrow. And hopefully it gives you an idea of where we are going to see, what we are going to do, who we are going to meet, and what fun we are going to have. We'll be dividing into two groups. You perhaps have already read through the list of participants. Well, Bernard and I agree that as part of this exercise, I'm going to ask you to please sit on this side, those who will be joining the group 1. Anh Thanh ơi, kiểm tra em là có phải là nhóm 1 ở đây không? Okay, group 1 to Hòa Bình on this side, because there will be some group work later on, and those who will be joining group 2 to Thái Nguyên to sit on this side. Please, group 1. Well, there has been a request for those who wanted to move from one group to another. I actually put it also in the slide, but I will also talk now. According to the government regulations in Vietnam, for foreign visitors to the province, we will have to submit the request for travel permission with the name, the organization, the passport number, and the passport scan to them. If it is one person, we can submit a week in advance. If it is a big group of people, we have to submit more than a month in advance because it takes time for the government agency to check and approve. So please bear with us. We had to submit the request to them on the 24th of February to the government. And anyone, the cut-off date was 24th of February. So anyone who registered or submitted the passport scan on or after that date will not be able to travel. My apologies. And we will not be able to even put you from one group to another because your name has already been approved by the government agency in the list. There's nothing that we can do. It goes beyond our power because we will not be able to bring any foreigner to the field to talk with farmers without police approval for that. So please bear with us, and I thank you very much for the understanding and our apologies for this, if there is any inconvenience in that. And for those who are not able to travel, Hanoi has a lot of interesting sightseeing points. It's a big kind of city, and our team would be happy to give you recommendations to where to go. Is it clear? So group 1 on this side, group 2 on this side. Thank you very much. So I will start with group 1 first. we bus out from here at 7:30. The overall program is that we will have a full day in the field. So be prepared for that. We will have lunch in the field. We make sure that you have the best that we can afford in terms of travel and also lunch. The first stop of the first group will be a cooperative in Dong Suong in another province. And then we have lunch, and then we travel for another 1.5 hours to see our project site, our agroecology project site in Kimboy district, where we'll be meeting a group of farmers, of individual farmers who have participated in the group, in the project. And then we will visit a medicine processing cooperative. And we return to Hanoi, hopefully around 6 or 6:30. And this is the list you already saw. And logistic arrangement, we have a 35-seater bus waiting downstairs with the Group 1 logo. Then please board on the bus. At 7:15, we will have simultaneous translator. The translator will be split into 2 teams, and they will provide simultaneous translation with the headphone. And ICRAF facilitators, can I ask Tang and Phương to please raise their hand? Where is Tang? Okay, so will be 2 of our colleagues will be facilitating the process. Anh Thành ơi, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. And we will have a local host from the Hòa Bình Sub-Department of Crop Production and Plant Protection. Thu ơi, anh nhờ em đứng lên. Okay, that's our colleague from the local partner. So please be ready and board the bus at 7:15. Sorry? In front of the hotel, at the lobby. Yeah. And the first travel will be, well, close to 2 hours. And then, lunch and the first stop is very near. And then we will continue after lunch for almost another 2 hours to see the other 2 locations. So the first one, just a highlight. Please do the reading tonight. It will be an organic cooperative where the farmers group together to produce vegetable and fruits instead of paddy, instead of rice. And they've been going through, up and down over the last decades, over the last 10 years in their operations. So please explore how it has gone through. So we will be having time to hear from them, their stories, and you will be also able to interact, to talk with the farmers there. And then you will have an hour to work in the farm. And you continue the discussion, carry on the discussion as you work. It's not a very big farm, so you should be able to walk through the whole farm within an hour. Depending how much time you want for the talk. Okay, then you have lunch, and then continue to the stop 3, where we'll be talking with Mr. Tuan and his family. And again, we will provide you a short overview of the project activities, hear from the farmers, and visit the fields. The last stop will be a medicine cooperative where the project supported the cooperative with the facilities to meet the requirements for certification, which is a very important step in order to reach out to more clients. And again, you will be able to hear from them, their stories, what kind of activities they've been doing, and what support they have received, and what changes we have made. And you will visit the facilities and see them demonstrating the production line. So that would be it for the first group. Any question? Okay, then let's go for the second group. We'll start at the same time, 7:30. And the first stop will also be around 2 hours. And we will have the first discussion. We'll have the discussion with the farm manager and the technical staff. Let's say for 30, 45 minutes, and then we walk around the farm. It's a big farm, and we may not be able to have sufficient time to walk through all the 30 hectares. We'll try to be focused, bringing to the most relevant area. Well, feel free to see around, but be mindful that it's a huge farm. And then we will go for lunch. This is a very typical, they're very interesting. They serve, it's a farm to fork model, where the farm produces its own vegetable animals for the restaurant they serve. So we will be traveling to their outlet, eat there, and continue the discussion with the farm managers over lunch. And then we will be leaving for the other farm, an individual farm. It's also a very interesting farm, small, but very beautiful. We'll be meeting with the manager of the Zuno farm and have a discussion with her on how she started the farm, how things has gone with her and her farm. And then we go back to Tai Nguyen City for the meeting with the Tai Nguyen University of Agriculture and Forestry, who has been hosting the trip and preparing for the visit together with us. And hopefully we should also be able to be back here around 6:30. The name of the participants, logistic, the same. We have 35 seater bus with simultaneous translation, and the facilitator, it will be myself. And Mayan, can I ask you to stand up and raise the hand? Okay, thank you. And we also have a local host from Tai Nguyen University of Agriculture and Forestry. Zhang, may I ask you to, and no, where's the other? He left? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will be heading north. First stop after 1 hour and a half, and then continue for lunch, and third stop, and going back to Tai Nguyen University of Agriculture and Forestry for the meeting, and then return to Hanoi. Now, the first farm is a huge farm, 30 hectares. They set up only in 2021, following the VAC, which is very common in Vietnam. And they have separate production areas with cropping, with agroforestry, aquaculture, with fish pond and the barn. And you will be having time to listen to the story, talk with the farm manager, and walk around the farms and continue the discussion in the walk. And then we eat lunch, and then go to the Zuno farm, where we'll be talking with the manager of the farm, hear her story, and visit the earthworm area, the livestock raising, and the vegetable garden. And the last stop, we'll be meeting with representatives from Tai Nguyen University of Agriculture and Forestry, and we listen to their their sharing on the research. It won't be very long. They want to hear from you on the feedback of the field visit. That would be it for the visit of the group 2. For a few notes that need to bear in mind before I stop. So please be on time. Vietnamese people are very punctual. Except for me. And please wear proper attire for walking up the hill. In the field visit, especially in Hòa Bình, it will go up the hill. So please be prepared for it. It's not very long walk, pretty steep. And also you will be meeting people. So be wearing something comfortable, but also proper. We advise not to wear short skirts or sleeveless shirts. Please wear walking shoes, sunglasses, water bottle, hat, and if needed, sunscreen. And again, our apologies for those who are not able to travel. We try to do it earlier next time if we decide to organize in Vietnam so that we can have more of you to the field. And for Vietnamese people who want to sign up for the field, if you haven't done so, you have to go quickly and talk with our team if you want to join the field. Thank you so much. That would be it from my side. And I stand for any questions from the team. Okay, if not, and then Bernard. Oh, yes, Lisa.
Sorry, small question. Do we have water bottles in the bus or we bring them from our rooms, please?
In the brief, we ask you, yeah. There will be water from the bus, but it would be good to save the environment. You bring the own bottle and refill it. But I mean, it's your choice.
Okay. Yes?
Yes, Margaret.
We can chat among ourselves. We can have fun. But the main thing is we have to listen, to see, to observe, to interact, if possible, through translation, which is not necessarily the easiest way, but we can interact, and possibly also share relevant experiences with our hosts, right? So, which is if we see things that in our own experiences, countries, talk to what we see, we may not enter into big, long discussion, but we can share also. So it's hopefully there is some dialogue, okay? So everyone that is going to the field trip, try to see what can we learn, what are we going to see, is there something I can share? Now, because we are many, what are the kind of things we want to know? So we will listen to our presentation, Tan told us. Maybe the history, maybe the technologies or the other types of innovations, right? We agree that innovations are not only technologies. Processing, marketing, all these things can be innovations. We want maybe to know how they are organized. We want to know the link to marketing. Many of you say marketing is a very important issue. Approaches. We want to know about the process. And one of the process we discussed yesterday was what? Are you contributing something? No, huh? I thought so. What did we discuss yesterday? Co-creation, multi-stakeholder collaboration. So this is also part of things we want to learn, not just what technologies, right? Because we are many in a group, if somebody has a question, try to leave space for others to ask questions. Do we agree? So if we start interacting, let's not have a one-to-one discussion, but collective If possible, and especially for the host, if we start asking questions, you ask technology, the other one asks for politics, try to group the question. It would be very good that in each group we have a facilitator. Maybe you can help facilitate so that you organize the questions so that we can move and try to cover different topics. Maybe some of them we will be presented. We don't have to ask, they will tell us. So try to listen, not ask things that people just explain to us. And then the idea of sharing, I don't know how much time we will have, but try to see if you can contribute also. Okay? Now, we need volunteers to work extra for free. High motivation. Why? Because we want to capture what is going to be discussed. So we need people who will be especially observing the dialogue, observing what we see and taking notes. Why? Because these people, because they work extra for free, at the end of the day, they will come together, these 2-3 people, and try to synthesize what they have been seeing, what they have been observing, what they have been, what has happened in terms of the interactions, so that the day after, which is on Thursday, they will present in the name of the group a short report of what happened during the field visit. And this is where the learning will be captured. So group 1, I already see so many volunteers who want to work for free, but don't fight with each other. Don't fight. Now, what the 3 questions you will have to report is very simple. 2-3 things that you think were very impressive about what we saw, and you will hear people, you will see, you will also have your own personal opinion, but you will see in the group the reaction that we were able to see. I am in group 1. There are 2-3 things that are really very striking from what we saw. Second question, things that are strange to us visitors. They are puzzling. We don't quite understand what they are doing, or we are maybe not clear that should be doing it. It's our right to be puzzled. And the third thing is 2-3 or 3-4 lessons and recommendations that the group have that are of value maybe for the hosts or maybe for the TPP as a whole. We think there are things that we learn from this that we want to bring to the table for the TPP. So these 2-3 volunteers now, you are extremely motivated by the question. You were already very eager to work because you like to volunteer, but now you have just an amazing work to do. Group 1, 2-3 people to take notes and do this. Can you raise your hand? 1. Can somebody write the names? 1. Who else? Group 1. Matthias? And the third person? The idea of doing 2-3 is that you can compare notes and you can come up with something that is more than just one person observation. A third person for group 1? No more? Group 2? No, you are not group 3. You are group 2. 3 people. Okay, you? Is it from the same table, all the volunteers? Sounds good. Sounds good. So can you take the names of these 3 people? Okay, so that is the main thing. Now, for these 2-3 people, you can do your work on the way back in the bus so that you don't have to work afterwards. So you just sit together. You can do your work after coming back. You take a shower, for those of you who take showers. French people, we don't shower. You know that? When we go in Mexico, one of the first questions they ask me, is it true that French people don't shower? And I say, look, okay, Now, and you can also do it in the morning, but what is important is you meet before the session where we report, because you will have 5 minutes to present it in a synthetic way. So please do it. It is a task. It is important for the group, and it is important for the sharing between the groups. Okay? Any questions? It's clear? And it is fun. Field trips are fun, but if we learn from them, it's even better than just having fun. As you know, I am a local, very knowledgeable person about climate. My prediction for tomorrow is uncertain. Can somebody answer for the climate? The weather? Yes, the weather. Can somebody answer? Like in the morning, will it be cold on the bus? Will we need to do this to be warm? No questions? So we have.
Okay.
You have given your names? Have the names been officially recorded?
Can anybody record the names of the people here that's signed up so we can wrap up?
For group 2?
For group 2? Thank you.
I'm done.
Are you done?
Thank you very much for your patience and for your good humor. And we wait for you at 7:15 to board the buses.
Okay. Thanks, Bernard. An applause for Bernard. So anybody that after the instructions of Bernard wants to reconsider their going on the field trip, you could help us here prepare for the 4th day of with Soledad and myself. So we're gonna wrap up today. And with that, I have a request before we close. Well, first off, I want to thank you for this this day. All the speakers, of course, an applause for all the speakers. Thank you. Also say hi. I'm not sure how many online participants we still have, Fabio. Do we still have online participants? 350. Okay, so anyways, say hi to them and thank you, and applause for them as well to have stuck around the whole day. Thank you, online people. Then I'm gonna hand off the microphone to Monica, who's gonna do a short wrap up of the day. And while she walks over here, I just want to ask people the same as we did yesterday, if you could do again the plus delta on your way out, once you go out, not now. Again, we have the board there with sticky notes. It was really helpful for us. I know half of you aren't even listening to me anymore, but those that are listening, please put in some effort there and help us out with the plus delta. And then Monica, you want this microphone or you want to use that one? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to wrap up or express what my key takeaway today. Maybe if I missed a point, please feel free to remind us. So we started with a presentation by Sandhya, and the key takeaways were the 8 priority domains. To me, it was a bit overlapping. Remember when we went to the exercises, we realized that there are some issues that were left and they need to be reflected in the domains, like the youths in agroecology. We need to see more youth in agroecology. Also, soil was missing. We need to have an indigenous way of testing soil so that we don't use a lot of money by farmers to go to the labs. You have to travel all the long. So we need to make this more easier. And those were the cross-cutting things that were reflected. pest and disease control, to me, it needs to come clean, because when we are talking about agroecology, how do we control pests and diseases? Do we use the IPM, pest integrated project initiatives? So to me, that was something that I saw that we need to come clear. Another presentation that was so very key to me was from Matthias, showcasing and reflecting on agroecology and the TPP progress. We've been arguing with even our stakeholders. Some of us have been asked, how can agroecology feed the nation or feed the nation? Because we have not seen an industrial agroecology farms unless we see them tomorrow in the Vietnamese farms. So how do we convince, especially to my Africa counterparts? Because when we were developing the national agroecology strategy, we've been asked so many questions. Yes, we want to integrate agroecology in the agriculture policies, but can you convince even my president if agroecology can really feed the nation? So we need to see this industrial agroecology model farm so that we are convinced better to even argue when we go back to our specific countries. So another presentation that is very key to me is the performance tool. And I think, Matthias, that is something we need to, even after this, take back home. Do we have this tool at our own community? Can this tool address some of the issues, especially now that we are addressing pest and disease, soil health? Can we put all these domains in our tape so that when we are reporting, we have evidence-based reporting on these domains? Another key aspect that I really liked is the ONPA. That is, I think that is another agroecology tool. So measuring the indicators of agroecology, especially to the local farmers. Do we need to really take this to the communities? How many of us understand about this tool? And how do we even bring this communication to the farmer organizations? So again, we need to bring science and integrate indigenous knowledge as well so that we understand. Another presentation was from Peru. There were some case studies that was done in Peru. I think we need to read more about that. To me, it brings more on how agroecology has been scaled and the M&E framework and the strategies that are there. And there was a presentation from Lisa showcasing and reflecting progress of agroecology. I saw some case studies in Kenya. And to me, it takes me to the last exercise that we did by Fergus, because now we are talking about small farms, and then how do we have this reflection in a more scaled landscape when we are doing the tracking of this progress. Yes, the adaptive and scaling up of agroecology. I think that is a key takeaway to me. How do we measure this? It's another opportunity for us, especially with the TPP. Because again, I'm very sure 80% of the participants here are still not aware of what TPP is doing. You can see from the exercise that we did, some of us think that this is another network of networks. And I see there's a lot of research in the TPP, but how do you bring down research to the farmer knowledge? We need to understand what TPP is doing and what can TPP support this farmer organization so that we take research and also use this research when we're doing our advocacy. Now that there's an interest in agroecology, how do we use this research to make informed decisions in our own countries? Another interesting key takeaway for me, instrumental potential for integration of agroecology, that is ASEAN, the GAP, and agroecology. How do we link up all this? So again, I need to understand more on that. There was a recommendation for integration of factors based on agroecology principles, planning for agroecology transition, and working working with farmers. So there is a challenge there. We need to have science and have farmer understand what we are talking about. So I remember asking a question of environmental management. It was from Vietnam, I think. So how do we ensure that these policies do not conflict so that when we are advocating for agroecology transitioning, we don't have other policies that is going to hinder our transitioning at community level. So we need to see these policies and how do we make sure that they align to what we are advocating for. After tea break, we had a reflection of some topics. Reflecting on existing projects, the TPP progress, again, it came back. We need to take us through the TPP. Matthias and the rest of the team, we need to understand what the TPP role actually with us farmer organizations. How do we understand this progress, linking science, now that we are going to the field tomorrow? We need to have a good takeaway on the work of TPP and our roles as farmer groups and our roles as a farmer organization. Okay. We had a big, long exercise. Lastly was the exercise we had, understanding the definition of resilience. I think I was a bit confused, sorry for that. And I still want to understand, because when we were doing, when we were grading, I put there's climate change, there's active action, contributes to the drivers. Drivers of food insecurity. There is no one that has to be left because there's political influence, there's economic problem. So which one do we put the first priority? Because we thought climate change was a driver, but there are so many underlying drivers that we need to address. When you come to Kenya now, we have seed problem. We have multinational cooperation. It is affecting agriculture in my community. If multinational are collaborating with the government, why is the voice of a farmer? Or why is the voice of farmer organization? So how do we balance agroecology transition with other corporate capture that is hindering transition in our countries? So I think those are the few things that I've captured today. Maybe you can add if you think I've missed something or more input from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica, for those insights of today's sessions. Really appreciate it. With that, unless somebody else would like to share an insight, and something that they're surprised about or that they really would like to share with the rest before breaking? No. Okay, so with this, we're closing the structured part of today, of workshop, of the forum, day 2. We also have the open space session. And we have 5 possible potential topics. So I'm going to invite the 5 people that represent those topics to come up front, please. That is Bernard, was it Chloe? Okay, then, well, those that we have spoken with, I see one, please also come over. And this gentleman there in the back, if you're still interested. Michael I thought I saw him walking up. There he is. So basically what we're going to do, each of them is just quickly this is like not blind dating, it's like dating because we can see them. But each of them is going to do a short pitch of what they would propose to have a conversation about, a table discussion or a video or coffee. And then you can decide if and who you would like to join to have that table conversation. So I'm just going to start on the left with Michael.
Yeah. Yesterday, a few people came up to me and said they would like to have more time to look at the co-creation Pentagon. Remember these 5 bubbles? with a few indicators. If you are still up to that, can meet me over there in that corner outside the hall. It's a tough competition because there will be excellent coffee as well somewhere here. But maybe you can have coffee first and then come over.
Yeah, I would like to screen a 7-minute video on a farmer testimonial, which I shot on my mobile phone, which was nationally screened. This is about traditional paddy varieties, how a farmer combined agroecological practices, because India is world largest rice producer, around 20% of global production. And it's very difficult to integrate agroecology practices into monocultures. But this farmer who's from Malaysia, who's retired, was able to demonstrate that it's possible to use traditional seed varieties. India had around 1 lakh varieties. Now we have around 30,000 according to the government records. It's a 7-minute and it takes to the journey. I spent a month, with the farmer. I would like to screen that one.
Yesterday, several people say that you want co-design guidelines. So it just happened that we are in the process of developing co-design guidelines, generic. So I am looking for people who are interested not in using the guidelines, but in co-creating the guidelines so that we make them as useful as possible to potential users. The guidelines are not for researchers. They are for professionals, technicians, people from farmers' organization and researchers, and to help them use code design as a good practice. So if you are interested in contributing to this guide, come and we discuss how we can maybe organize ourselves. Co-design guidelines. The purpose of the guidelines, maybe I was going to say, maybe you can come to the table, but the purpose of the guidelines is to help people go through the process of co-creating innovations among different stakeholders. And many people want to do this. Some have good practice, some have good methods, but maybe if we put the guidelines in such a way that to share the available experience or the available methods in a way that is understandable by a large group of people who want to go further in this.
Yes, for me, I am the farmer. I working at the company at Luang Prabang of Laos. So I working at the farmer coffee. So I working with them look like my farmer. So I try to be with them from the beginning to harvest and roasting and send to the export to the EU from the Japan that we have the high standard with the Japan that we send there. So I hope you are like the farmer. I am the farmer, but I love the coffee more. So I bring the little bit of coffee if you would like to taste tomorrow, and I welcome. So that's an organic 100%, and I thank you for the last presentation that the food system need to be healthy and need to be good food. If you would like to go to the restaurant and you would like to, what you thinking for eating, thinking for drinking, for your health, not for other people, for your health. Our company, we think about that for health. We need to be security for health. That our coffee organic 100%, and every week 1% one day need to be with a farmer, 20 farmer, 20 family, 1% a day. So we are work hard in Laos, and we need to send to EU or AE and ASEAN. We export to. Yeah, thank you very much.
So, Yes, of course you can. No, applause. Yes, of course. So I think also you're preparing outside, right? The coffee outside. So it's a hard competition right now suddenly. But as Michael said, maybe you can sip some coffee and then join one of the others. And now I pass it on to this gentleman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Actually, I sit next to her and she requests if I have some thing to share. And I come to him and said, if you have really huge extra time to fit in, then I'm okay to share my own story. And I'm here with 5 or 4 people. Actually, I have engaged in teaching agroecology for the last 20 years. But when I involved into ASEAN, it totally changed my agroecological perspective. By exposing myself to innovative farmers, I learned that many core things we are taught at university no longer true. By watching video from integrated system in Laos, I have some idea to improve it. So for the next 10 years, I developed my own system. And that small technique can apply in your house. It saves your time. It makes you more enjoy your life. And it makes your house more beautiful. And I name the system. I name my system is all-in-one system. And I have video here in my pocket. And the system, the principle of the system totally relies on agroecological principle. But you can apply in treating animal waste. You can apply in treating your contaminated pond, fish pond. And I believe that by adopting that technique, I can boost my fish density up to 50 times more than farmer fish pond. Why my fish pond is, my fish quality is much better and much healthier. All come from agroecological, principle. And I have here my video after 6 months of construction. I share to some colleagues here with Pascal, Estin, and the owner happy about it. We have all in one system. It means you have like fish, you have chicken, you have vegetable, you have fruit, you have waste, living waste to put there. And the system works itself without any intervention of human being. I'm going. Actually, my fish, I have different friends from US, from UK, from Japan, from Netherlands have been in my house. And they have tasted my fish. And I asked, what do you feel? And they said, your fish have no much smell. It's really tasty. Okay. So I have video here and I can show you, I can share you a bit more. And I can share you a very simple technique that you can use for your house to make your bonsai without soil. You don't need soil. You just need some brick. You just need some stone. You just need some, some plastic. You can grow your bonsai. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. An applause. So, in summary, here we go. Yeah, it's actually a dating show. So, innovative agroecology system, agroecology systems, coffee, guidelines, video for what was it?
Land races.
Land races, and for
Co-creation.
So, I mean, we're not you co-creation. So, you look for these gentlemen if you're interested right now or in 2 minutes, right? No judgment. If you're interested in knowing more, you find a space and have a conversation and share. Yes? It's not compulsory. No, it's not compulsory. Yes? And that's it. So an applause. And also an applause for the table facilitators today. Thank you for the table facilitators. That's it. A wrap for today. Enjoy tomorrow. Enjoy the open space. Enjoy the coffee.